those rankings are showing us what's the current situation in each ecosystem. So that's the idea. And now if we can move on to why do ecosystems matter for entrepreneurs? This is a reminder for the entrepreneurs in the crowd. We have always the conception that where we are doesn't really matter as long as we're doing our best. You know, we can be in a small room with one co-founder working on a stealth project, and it really depends only on us. This is not the case. There is a reason why a vast majority of the unicorns and even the bootstrapped high quality startups are focused in specific cities. And the reason is that there is a massive network effect to being in a startup ecosystem that is good. And not being aware of this fact is a little bit lying to ourselves. I know this is a very sensitive topic because, you know, this is usually where we are, is where our family is, where our friends are, and so on and so on. But not being aware of the alternative price or the actual amazing premium that you're receiving by being in a good ecosystem is a mistake for founders. You should take at least a few minutes to think about it and kind of like think, am I really in the right place? The ecosystem hubs are giving you access to investors because investors are only usually in one location. The ecosystem hubs are giving you access to clients that are used to work with startups. Many clients are not used to work with startups. If you're in a relatively small town or a city that is not very startup developed, it's going to be hard for someone to take a chance of you. More importantly, those hubs are giving you access to co-founders, team members, suppliers, people that are like-minded, that are not necessarily in the mentality of the 9 to 5. They're also giving you access to knowledge and events, which is important. I will say generally, this is something that we always discuss. Building a startup is an emotional challenge. And if you're not surrounded by people in a specific location that share the insight that this is a worthwhile thing to do, it's going to be emotionally draining. After a few months, you would just feel like you're on your own when society is kind of like saying, what are you doing? So being in this place where you're surrounded by the like-minded people will also allow you a lot of emotional support in addition to that. And that's basically a lot of reasons of why you should find yourself in a good location. I do want to say, and this is important, you should not always aspire to become in the best location. We have a set and we have a life as well. And a lot of us are a little bit limited, let's say that for a specific region or even a specific country. So within your set of limitations, pick the right ecosystem for you. You don't have to be necessarily in San Francisco. San Francisco is for very specific, let's say, type of startups and ambitions, let's say. But it always makes sense to improve your ecosystem if you're not in the right place. I do want to say that ecosystems are also very much excelling in specific verticals. So depending on your vertical, for example, if you're doing hardware and IoT, probably Taiwan would be a great place for you. If you're doing fintech, London would be a great place for you. Robotic, Odense in Denmark would be a great place for you. So you always have to customize that as well. The conclusion that we have for founders is very, very clear. We keep on repeating it. If you are in an underperforming ecosystem, you should either leave it or lead it, but do not stay passive in an underperforming ecosystem. That's maybe the biggest conclusion that we have out there. I will say for the ecosystem developers, because I know a lot of us are ecosystem developers from the public sector, ecosystems also matter economically in a way that you can't imagine. So let's take, for example, the ecosystem of Israel, how it affected the economy of the country as a case study. So Israel was a developing economy back in the 80s up until the 90s. And it was basically an economy that was lifted by its startup ecosystem, not the other way around. It wasn't an advanced economy that created startups. It was a non-advanced economy that was lifted up by the emergence of its startup ecosystem. That's a very interesting thing to say, that basically your startup ecosystem can pull your economy forward by leaps and bounds. How do you get benefits, economic benefits from startup ecosystems? First of all, creating high quality jobs, which means more taxes. Many people in Israel are working in startup sector. That creates a lot of money for the government from taxes. Exits, every time you have an exit, you're being taxed. And again, more money for the government to invest in social elements or anything like that, infrastructure and so on. You attract foreign investors and entrepreneurs if you have a successful ecosystem, foreign direct investment, again, foreign currency flowing to your country. I think this point about preventing the brain drain is the most important one. Every country is losing, many countries, not every country, because some countries are gaining when someone is losing. We're losing our best talent. If our ecosystem is underperforming, the most ambitious people will go somewhere else. And this is a cost that is staggering. And we don't realize it, but this is a cost that is extremely painful. So preventing brain drain by creating a good startup ecosystem, you're keeping your most important talent within the country and city. And that's important. Another things are, you have more strategic benefits like resilience to shocks like wars and pandemics and weather conditions. So the beauty is if something happens, something bad happens in the world, like we have a crazy year this year, startup ecosystems are actually making you a lot more resilient. So for example, if you would prefer in 2020 or 2021 to have a great startup ecosystem or to have a great tourism sector, you would vote for a great startup ecosystem, right? Because tourism is a little bit fragile. Startup ecosystems are anti-fragile, and that's absolutely great. Startup ecosystems also improve your country image and its strategic and geopolitical situation. For example, going back again to Israel, Israel signed a few peace agreements in the last few months, derived from its technological ability to do joint ventures with other countries and so on. So you have a lot of benefits that are basically creating a situation where a country, and not only its economy, also its strategic environment, is growing leaps and bounds only by developing a real high quality startup ecosystem. So I'm hoping those were enough reasons of why you should actually really invest in building your startup ecosystem. I would just say and quickly run to our latest report, which is a little bit obsolete because another one is arriving either in the end of April or the beginning of May. I will say that we're ranking the ecosystems of 1,000 cities, 100 countries. We'll share a few results with you as we're at it, if we're at it already. So what we've seen for the country level, there are a few good news here. But let's start with news in general. First of all, there is a club of a big four. This is a club that kind of created a little bit of a margin of all the others. We're talking about USA, United Kingdom, Israel, and Canada. Those are the top four, let's say, countries related to startup ecosystem. However, the good news is that the smaller countries, like Israel is one of them, Estonia, Sweden, Finland, all of them are countries of less than 10 million people, are all here in the top rankings. So it shows you that actually being small is sometimes an advantage on startup ecosystem development. We see time after time. A small ecosystem can go full speed ahead and can be very, very synced in those efforts. So that's good news for us, for the small countries. I do want to say there is one country you would see over here that is really creating leaps in its startup ecosystem. We're of course talking about China, currently ranked number 14 in the world, made a jump of 13 places. A trend that will continue, although a very interesting trend because it's basically relatively separate ecosystem. It's not that connected to the global ecosystem. So it's pretty interesting to see how a domestic driven ecosystem is very high up the ranks. And of course, we always congratulate the countries that made their debuts for the first time, Liechtenstein, Panama, Cape Verde, that we're going to have someone in the, hopefully Milton speaking about in the panel about how did they do it, what did they do exactly. Kuwait, Mongolia, Somalia, a very interesting case study as well, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nepal. So we see over here that there are new countries joining the game. Absolutely great to see it. I'll just switch for a second for the cities and go over a few insights that have to do with the cities. first of all, San Francisco is a league of its own. You can see it in the total score. We're talking about a very big gap still. So for everyone who is kind of like saying that San Francisco is going down, it does, but it's gonna take ages for someone to overthrow San Francisco. It's really a very, very big margin over here. On the cities, we see a top 5 club of cities that actually create this margin. This is San Francisco, London, Boston, and LA. So you have a few, and of course New York. So you have a few cities that are really overperforming over here, and created the moat of a network effect that is very, very powerful. Needless to say, the bigger the city is, the more advantages it has as well. And that's a little bit of a sad fact, but it does create a lot of leverage when your city is big and you have millions of people. Some interesting ecosystems. We have 2 Chinese cities and 1 Russian city in the top 10. Again, big scale and very, very strong domestic ecosystems that most of us are not really aware of. And very interesting things are happening within those ecosystems. 2 major gainers in the last report, Sao Paulo, the only ecosystem in Latin America that is in the top 20, and Taipei, Taiwan as well. Very, very good showing from Taipei and Taiwan in the country rankings as well. So that's good news. I will say there is hope for the smaller ecosystems. You can see over here Santa Barbara and Boulder. Both of them are ranked very high in the top 100, although their population is very small. So good news, and the small ecosystems can also, let's say, make it happen. Good. And once again, a reminder, if you have any questions, you have a Q&A button. I'll try to get to it when I can, so feel free, because I'm not necessarily tracking the chat. Now let's speak a little bit about the topic for today. So startup ecosystem promotion, right? Like, let's say, now that we know the major benefits, that if our country or our city has a great ecosystem, we understand what are the benefits. We went over a few of them. They're absolutely amazing. How do we promote? How do we make sure that we promote it? But first of all, let's talk about the current situation. So we always consider a startup ecosystem, it's either a city or a country, usually a city, by the way, as a product. We don't think there is any difference between a city and a product. In the end of the day, you have a product at the end of the day. That's basically the idea. Now, what we do know from the business world is that good products can sell without marketing. Okay, so the idea over here is that you have a great product and you keep it a secret, nobody knows about it, it won't sell. In the case of startup ecosystem, it would mean that people would not know and not buy it. In this case, not relocate to your country or city, or even leave it because they're unaware that the product really exists. However, I have to put a disclaimer over here. A bad product can sell even with good marketing. Okay, so the idea is that there has to be a good product, in this case, the ecosystem itself, accompanying a great marketing campaign. So you need the both of them basically to side by side. You need both of them to grow together. So the conclusion of what we always say is that every ecosystem developer from the public sector should work on supporting their ecosystem growth, which is the product, keep on making the product better, while simultaneously marketing it. You have to do both things in the same time, just like any other startup. And just because we're from the public sector or ecosystem developer doesn't mean that we can allow ourselves to work differently from the business logic that exists out there of the world, the combination between our product and between our marketing and sales operation in a way. That's a little bit about the thought about that. Before I move on, I'll just try to answer a few questions. So Rodrigo is asking about elaboration on the ranking methodology scoring. We have this in the report at report.startuplink.com. I will just say it's a formula of about different parameters, about 30 of them, running on all the cities and countries that we have in the database, and create a situation that basically we're focusing on the results. Not on opinions, not on surveys, not on emotions, but actual results. We will check more than anything the quantity, how much activity is there, the quality, how good is the activity, unicorns, global corporations, traction of each startup in each location, and so on, and a little bit the business environment as well. But the full answer would be in the report. Okay, so let's have a look. Caleb is asking about what is the definition of an ecosystem, or what is an ecosystem. As far as we're concerned, an ecosystem is a location, usually a city. So the idea is let's say an urban chunk, let's say, of a place where people can meet, work together, build projects together, get knowledge from each other, and team up. So that's kind of like our definition of an ecosystem. Sushil is asking, I see there is a lot of interest in the rankings, how come no Canadian cities in the top 14, while Canada in the previous list is at number 5? The reason, Sushil, is two reasons. First of all, you have one country, the USA, that is ranked only once on the countries, but has many, many cities in the top cities because they are so developed. So they squeeze out a little bit the other cities on the cities ranking. The other reason is that the country's ranking is also taking into account the population size. And Canada specifically has a relatively lower population than the big countries. However, in the cities, we don't take into account the population size. And over there, basically, the cities that have the most population are ranked very, very high. So hopefully that was useful. Okay, and again, the report explains a lot more of those things in great detail, so definitely recommended to check it out. Okay, so we talked a little bit about startup ecosystem promotion in general, the basic understanding, the combination of a product and marketing a product. Let's move on to the catch-22 of startup ecosystems. A little bit of a distressing logic here. By the way, I'm hoping we're wrong, but this is what we've seen so far. The public sector, according to us, is not marketing oriented. So the idea over here is that the public sector usually is avoiding risks and also avoiding bold statements, you know, about, hey, we're the best in whatever, have a look at us and whatever. The public sector is just like now that I'm using finally my Zara jacket for 50 euros. I took it out of the closet, especially for this event. The public sector is in a mentality of avoiding risk, being well focused and not so much into the startup mentality. And that's okay. That's the public sector. That's what it should do. However, the private sector avoids ecosystem promotion because there is no return on investment on ecosystem promotion for the public sector. So that's something that for the private sector, sorry. So the idea over here is that the private sector is great in marketing, but has no interest in promoting the city. It's not really their job. They're not going to spend their budgets on this. It leaves all of it for the public sector. One more topic that is a little bit difficult on startup ecosystem promotion is that the brain drain is usually invisible. You would never see what you lost by not promoting your ecosystem. But there are some examples. Have a look at Shopify, for example. Shopify is now over $1 billion company. The founder of Shopify is German, and Shopify is now in Canada. So that just shows you a little bit what did, in this case, Germany lost when Shopify could have been a German company, but now is a Canadian company. But nobody sees the real, those $100 billion, nobody really feels them. You know, it's just an anecdote, but it's much more than an anecdote. Every city is losing massive economic returns because they're not promoting well enough, because they're not keeping their entrepreneurs. So over here, you see a few problems. Again, public sector, not that much into marketing. Private sector, really great in marketing, but should not really market their cities. That's the public sector job. The pain is not that appearing. It's only on the long term you understand what you lost. Startup ecosystem usually suffer from lack of sufficient marketing. So it's something that we have to take into account over here, which I think not enough people are speaking about. So one more problems, and there are lots of problems in ecosystem promotion. I'm just trying to open a discussion about the cost over here. Ecosystem marketing only makes an impact on the long term. Why is that? Why won't you see the returns really, really fast? You promote an ecosystem, you market it, and you see the benefits really fast? Not necessarily. Why is that? Every ecosystem is a story or a narrative. An ecosystem is a psychological story in many, many cases. It's what the general population is thinking about the ecosystem. It's what your local entrepreneurs are feeling towards the ecosystem in their city. And by the way, it's also what the foreign entrepreneurs and investors are thinking about the ecosystem as well. Usually they don't know anything about the ecosystem until you do aggressive marketing. That's the thing to say. And changing a narrative or opinions takes a lot of time. You have to take this into account. It's not a Google AdWords campaign that you're doing something and you get the revenue the day after. You're basically changing people's feelings, opinion, and narrative about a location, about a city, about a country. It is built on accumulative information and evidence that has to be kept on being dripped into the ecosystem, into people's minds in a way of kind of like exposing them to what really is happening. It takes a lot of time, and unlike regular marketing, you don't see the results and you can't really connect the results with your resources. So once again, this again leads to a decreased marketing of ecosystems and the loss of massive economic gains. So there is a problem here, and it's very easy to identify this problem. It has very, very clear reasons as well. So that's important to say. More problems and more challenges in ecosystem promotion. Some interesting things about countries and cities and so on. What do we hear? Because in StartupBlink ourselves, we're working with a lot of active public sector people that are really interested in promoting their ecosystem and putting a lot of efforts on it. But what do the others say, or why don't the others feel good about it? So first of all, the first thing that we're hearing is let the ecosystem speak for itself. It's a great ecosystem, so we're gonna play it low key and let the product speak for itself. But then again, you can only do that if you're San Francisco. You're competing with the entire world on attention. If you're only going to let the product speak for itself, it's just like a company that disables its marketing branch and just has a product branch. It would not work. You have to constantly keep on selling and marketing. So that's important. And a lot of us feel a lot more comfortable as ecosystem developer having the product speak for itself. No, like absolutely not working. Many of us, and this is something we've seen with a lot of ecosystem developers, are saying, look, we're not ready yet. We still have to do this. We still have to build a website. We still have to do X, Y, Z. We still have to have a unicorn and so on. I have to tell you, the only city in the world that is ready for real startup ecosystem marketing is San Francisco. That's the only city in the world that should not be marketing its ecosystem. Everyone else should start marketing right now, yesterday. The idea over here is that you must keep on marketing while building the product. It's not like when it's finished, I'm going to start marketing. Not at all. When it's finished, like San Francisco, you don't need marketing. Now is the time to market. Governments feel a little bit uncomfortable doing the fake it until you make it approach. One of the reasons why we have a great ecosystem in Israel is that people are actually faking it until you make it and feel good about it. The idea is that you have a dream and you believe ecstatically as an illusionist in a way sometimes in a massive dream. You really believe it's going to happen, although in reality, you've got nothing. Marketers need to do that. Governments usually find it hard to do this for good reasons, actually, because they're more conservative and so on. But then again, there is a price to playing it safe. One more thing is not only the public sector, some cultures feel negative about bragging. Usually we as human beings, we don't like the bragging people, keep on talking about themselves and so on. But for marketing, you have to do it. Usually it's in the Nordics, that people are really shy and to speak about achievements and so on. Over here, you have to go against your comfort zone and market and just keep on bragging, keep on celebrating your success and so on. It's counterintuitive and it's against our nature. It's something that we need to do. I will say that we've noticed that in a few countries, entrepreneurship is even a problem. On the perspection side, people are not that, let's say, happy to identify themselves as entrepreneurs. In some communist countries, for example, even now in Silicon Valley, there is a little bit of a feeling of privileged mentality and so on. So many countries are still have a little bit in the back of their head a feeling that entrepreneurship is connected to manipulation, that it gives you some kind of an unfair advantage and so on. This also creates a situation that people are not that keen to market their ecosystem. And whenever you feel this way, go back to the slides before about the economic benefits, strategic benefits of a country and a city, and the ability to give all the money that you generate from your startup ecosystem back to your local population, to the underprivileged population, to whoever is struggling, to understand why is it still important to go out of our comfort zone and do that. So that's important to say. Kumer is asking a question about does government or public sector investment in development of ecosystem work? If yes, what is the best method to promote it? I will answer this. In next slides, I will just say the following. We do not like to see governments that are micromanaging their ecosystem, that are very involved in, oh, I like this startup, I'm going to invest in this startup and so on. That creates a mess. It creates a victim mentality. This micromanagement is not good. But governments must work on the macro level. The macro level is anything that has to do with infrastructure. In this case, it can be the marketing, it can be the data flow, it can be consulting and strategy. We don't enjoy so much seeing governments pick winners and investing in specific winners. That's something that we don't really feel government should be at. Although at some point, especially in the beginning, they should do also this. For example, building co-working spaces if a place doesn't have a co-working space, organizing activities and conferences and so on. But we much more connect to governments actually working on the macro level, on the infrastructure level, than on the micro level of actually picking favorites. So I'm hoping that answered them specifically about what should they do on the promotion level. We're going to speak about this shortly. Okay, and thanks everyone for your questions, great questions. Let's talk about what can you do to develop your ecosystem. What are the things that you can actually do? And I'm talking more than anything about promoting your ecosystem in this sense. So the first thing for our dear ecosystem developers is the following. Always be marketing. Always be marketing. Startups are out there hustling, pitching their startup and so on. You would see in this event as well. You have some ecosystem developers that feel comfortable of arriving, getting out of their comfort zone and pitching their startup ecosystem. That is absolutely splendid because I have to tell you, most public sector players are not doing that. They're playing it safe. So the idea is always be pitching, always be marketing, do what your startups are doing. You're not separate from your startups. And if they're there hustling and marketing, do the same for your city and country. This is incredibly important. And again, it really is nice to see that ecosystem developers are understanding this and are doing that. And we have to congratulate them for that. Other than that, I think one of the things is to acknowledge that the private sector is marketing better than the public sector. And that's okay. So instead of like making sure that you do all the marketing, I would definitely advise to hire PR companies, to hire ecosystem policy advisors, companies like StartupBlink, Startup Commons, Startup Genome, whatever has a startup before their name, those are great. Like use the private sector. The private sector is obsessed about marketing. We know how to do it. So the idea is also to push a little bit to the private sector as well for people that have core competencies in it. It could be PR companies or anything else, but the idea is work together with the private sector because the public sector is not necessarily a marketing activity generator. What we also recommend to the public sector specifically on ecosystem promotion is to gather constantly data. You need to be aware about what's going on in the ecosystem in order to promote it. So if there is any ranking about startup ecosystem, if there is any success story of a new unicorn or even an investment of $10 million, if this is new for your ecosystem, be aware of it. You cannot disconnect from your ecosystem. In order to promote your ecosystem, you have to be connected to the product and understand what exactly is happening on the product level in order to effectively market it and celebrate whenever there is a milestone in the ecosystem. One more thing that we recommend is to allow data flow. If no one knows who are the actors in the ecosystem, it's a problem. So what we do in this case in StartupBlink is that we build startup ecosystem maps together with our clients. So everyone is exposed to a graphic, let's say, visual ecosystem data source in a way. So building those are very important. Recommend, by the way, not to do it on your own. It takes a lot of coding and a lot of time. Use solutions that already exist. Other than that, also use, for example, other than StartupBlink, one great solution that exists is Crunchbase. Make sure that your startups are on Crunchbase. Make sure that they're on all those global platforms out there to be in a situation that you're giving exposure to your startups and making sure that everyone can visualize and see them locally and also outside of your country as well. One more recommendation would be to go to conferences and promote your ecosystem. Again, hustling, going there with your suit, without your suit, and just talking to people about why should they move to your city and country. This is how you attract talent. And you can't do it necessarily. Now you can do it from your office, by the way, but you have to be proactive about it. You have to get out there. You have to convince people. You have to be a marketing person. You're basically doing marketing for your city and for your country. It's beautiful, but you have to love it. And you have to be in a situation that you're very active on it. And that's critical. And that's something that we don't see in all the government entities. One more thing that we recommend is to create and distribute promotional reports, high quality blog content, so people can find you on Google. Do an ecosystem podcast. Again, all those things is something that StartupBlink can do for you. Other companies can do for you. But the idea is get out there, make sure that everyone who is interested in the ecosystem can find it. So those are only a list of things. Other than that, I'll just go over with a few other things over here is to team up with local successful founders. They are your real ambassadors, the people that have made something in the ecosystem. Team up with them, speak with them, ask them what they need. Put them as poster boys and girls on your promotion, on your press or whatever. Make them the heroes of your ecosystem. That's the idea. By the way, make sure they don't leave too prematurely. At some point, if your ecosystem is small, they would have to leave to the San Francisco or to the Londons of the world. Make sure that they stay as much as possible. You will, the longer they stay, the more their company, even if it puts its headquarters somewhere else, is more ingrained in the narrative of your ecosystem and has more presence in your ecosystem. So that's important. Figure out who are the heroes of the startup ecosystem, the hero entrepreneurs, connect with them. Other things that we recommend, get the highest level of policymakers involved. You want to get the prime ministers involved, the mayors involved, the ministers involved, and so on. Show them the success, get them speaking about their ecosystem. For example, the prime ministers of Israel is very active on promoting the ecosystem. The president of France, Macron, is also very active. In Canada as well, Justin Trudeau is very active. So the idea is that make sure that the biggest, let's say the most influential policymakers are in this game, that they're aware of it, that they're promoting it. They're your marketing people as well. In the end of the day, they're also doing marketing for the ecosystem. One more thing would be to celebrate any success in any chance that you've got via press and events. You heard you're in a small ecosystem and a startup just raised $2 million, have a press release on it. Yeah, you as the ecosystem developers, celebrate it. There is an event of having a first unicorn in the ecosystem. Do an event, do a conference celebrating this. Vilnius, for example, in Lithuania, did a museum, startup museum, where people actually can go to the museum. I think they have the StartupBlink map over there, and you can see the startups on the map and so on, and see their stories and so on. So the idea is celebrate success. By celebrating success, we get into people's heads, and more than anything, our local entrepreneurs, that they are in the right place and that they shouldn't leave. And also, one more interesting element here is to be innovative yourself. You're promoting a startup ecosystem, work like a startup on promotion policy. Like do things on regulation and policies that don't exist. For example, nomad visas, e-residencies. Startup Chile basically did an accelerator that if you go to Santiago, they give you $40,000 per entrepreneurs that stay there for half a year and so on. Many interesting things that you can do. You have to go out of your comfort zone. You have to take risks, but those are things that can be done relatively easily. So That's basically it. I'll just say that a lot of the things that I mentioned are included in the services that we give. So you can have a look at ecosystempartnership.startupblink.com. I'm also marketing my startup as well. Always be marketing. We can't be shy of marketing our city, our startup. It's absolutely a critical part of running a city, of running a startup. Let me have a quick look on the questions just to see if I can answer a few. I won't be able to answer all of them. Let's see. Yes, Caleb is asking why do I think that most of the most important startups in the world are in the United States and not, why isn't there an Australian Google, for example? The reason is, again, network effect. In order to create something of magnitude of $1 trillion company, you need it to be located in a place where it pushes it up. And that's the reason. That's basically the reason why the United States is so dominant. It started the earliest out of everyone. It built Silicon Valley the earliest, and it's still receiving all those massive ecosystem benefits. But you can see now that in countries like Canada and in Israel as well, and of course the United Kingdom, you see really nice case studies of success, not in this scale, but still plus $50 billion companies, a lot of them, and it's only growing. Of course, in China as well, needless to say. Europe is a little bit lagging, and Australia as well, because it entered the game relatively late, but you will get there. But the idea is you have to build on the network effects that were created before, and that's also the price of starting late. You can't start late and expect it to be very, very fast. So that's important to say. Rodrigo is asking about the impact of remote working on ecosystem developer. A very interesting question. I don't see a lot of impact, to be honest, in the beginning. Why? Because there is a network effect. So, for example, if you have a big tower, let's say, and everything is built on this tower and there is massive network effect, by squashing the tower and just saying Silicon Valley is now everywhere, it's great, it's equal opportunity and whatever, but you can't build towers anymore. Where's the network effect? So I actually think that we as humans, as social beings and so on, still need some kind of a common anchor and a tribe, a city, a location that binds us and actually allows us to build something of a network. I don't really see it happening on the cloud. If it would happen, a lot of this network effect would be lost, and I think we won't create the same magnitude of things. So I'm really positive about cities not losing their impact just yet. Unless we have a new virtual reality, the metaverse and so on, but it's a very long distance away and not necessarily happening right now, but great question. Let's see, I will just take one more. Actually, we're out of time, so I'm gonna continue and then see if we can take more questions. So, because I don't think I'm gonna go over the slides, so I'll just say over here, in general, nothing beats success. Remember this is really, really important. At the end of the day, we can engineer whatever we can and so on and so on, but at the end of the day, the human brain is working on copying and a little bit of seeing and being inspired, and sometimes also jealous of success. That's what really drives entrepreneurs to become entrepreneurs. In the end of the day, this is a game to make sure that as many people as possible will become entrepreneurs instead of doing the path of 9 to 5. By the way, the path of 9 to 5 makes more sense. It makes more sense financially, on risk awareness and so on. If you want to be a responsible person, you do not open a startup. However, our job as ecosystem developers is to make sure that as many people as possible are joining a game where they only have 10% chances of success, because it's critical for our economy. And in order to do that, we have to show those that are on the fence that there is success that is being achieved, and that their neighbor, in Israel, for example, everyone has a story about their neighbor doing a massive exit because it's so widespread. So the big success stories, although they take time, are helping a lot. Until they happen, celebrate the small success. So in Israel, every exit that is less than, let's say, 100 million, probably will not even be mentioned in newspapers and so on. But in other places, an exit of $2 million is going to be a massive milestone for the ecosystem. So they always customize and celebrate whatever success that is a new milestone for your ecosystem. Make sure that people know about it. connected a little bit to the point that I've made before, that we as as ecosystem developers, at the end of the day, cannot really micromanage an ecosystem. At the end of the day, with all our best intentions and best efforts and so on, we're really dependent on the private sector, on the entrepreneurs themselves. So at the end of the day, we really want to encourage them to get into the game, and we do this with promotion. That's how we do this. That's how we encourage the local entrepreneurs to stay, to build the company, and that's how we encourage the foreign entrepreneurs and the investors to arrive. Again, the benefits are incredible. Most cities and countries are not putting enough efforts in this and are not putting enough resources in this because of the moral hazards and the problem that I mentioned before. Hopefully this seminar would kind of like change a little bit mindset about this. And yeah, I think that's in the very short time that we have, let's go over 2 case studies that I really like. Those are case studies about cities, about countries that decided that they're doing something different. The first story is really about a country that I really comment on what they've done. The second story, by the way, is Israel. Over there, it was much less active. But let's just have a look at Estonia. There are no real conclusions here, but just a fun story to talk about. I honestly think Estonia is one of the most successful ecosystem promoters globally. Note that I did not say that they're one of the most successful ecosystems. They're one of the most successful ecosystem promoters globally. We can learn from them because they have not necessarily an ideal situation. It's a very small country, less than 2 million people. They had an early success story with Skype that was actually Swedish. And Skype only outsourced the development of Skype to Estonia, but it was still enough to create an initial product that you can market. If you would be shy, you would not market it because it was mostly a Swedish startup, but they're not shy. Relatively low startup activity after that. There was no developed investor scene. Actually, there isn't also now. It's not that developed. You go now to Estonia, you would see that you don't have a lot of investors lining up, waiting to give money, but still not enough entrepreneurs as well, because it's a very small country. So the government and the public sector in Estonia has done something very smart. They basically say, we go full speed aggressive on marketing. We don't care. And they did creative and aggressive marketing. They have the Skype mafia of actually the Skype Estonian developers that received equity that created other companies. And they did very interesting things that is counterintuitive on changing the regulation, on creating very revolutionary programs that might not really influence that much of the ecosystem, but receive a lot of buzz. They know how to get press attention. They did e-residency. They did the nomad visa. Again, those are not things that are going to create big startups or bring to you the most serious startups, but they created a lot of buzz. And the buzz has created a situation that now there is a global narrative of Estonia as the most advanced digital nation out there. Again, if you go to Estonia, this is not necessarily the case, but because they're very competent in startup ecosystem marketing, they've created a perception that is very interesting and is very beneficial because more and more people are now going to Estonia. Maybe not the type that they need, but still it's working. They have good marketing. The product might be lagging behind the marketing, but the marketing is outstanding. And this actually brought better results for the ecosystem. They have startups like Pipedrive and Bolt and TransferWise that have formed. Unfortunately, a lot of them have left, mainly to London, I think Bolt and TransferWise, but still they've created a situation that there is a small gap between reality and the narrative that is boosting the reality. Remember, the fake it until you make it, a beautiful example that seems to be working. And they have to receive a lot of credit. There is a lot to learn from the Estonians in this case. Israel is a very different example, but still, it is the startup nation. It has the startup nation image. The beauty in Israel is that actually the product is also outstandingly mature and very well developed. So the idea over here in Israel, this is another approach, but don't trust on your entrepreneurs being Israeli entrepreneurs, is that the private sector success was unintentional. It was created by people's mindset, by risk averseness in being in Israel and so on. to be in a situation that by creating the army, which is actually one of the world's biggest accelerators, the way I look at it, Israeli army, a lot of innovation is happening there. So Israel is a situation in which the public sector didn't do that much or almost nothing, but it kept out of the way. It let entrepreneurs build their things without over bureaucracy, without taxing them, and so on and so on. So this is an example, unlike the Estonian one, where the public sector was not that involved, but the product was so good that the narrative built up to it. So in a way, people could not ignore the success of the product in a way. So that was a pretty interesting, let's say, case study of what's happening here. And again, two different approaches. I like the Estonian one because the Israeli ecosystem is much more advanced, it's much more mature. It was built by the private sector, but the Estonian one was actually because of very, very smart and aggressive marketing. And I think that if we can take an example from that, that would make total sense. And I think we're a little bit out of time. So for the last slide, I'll just give a quick update on some things that were the next things in StartupBlink, some updates. The first one is that we have a fintech ranking coming up, I think in March with Findexable. Very, very interested to see what's going to be the results there. Each vertical kind of shows totally different results. So that's great. Our global report is in late April or in the beginning of May. Very interesting also to see what's going to happen in ecosystem. We just love uncovering the truths about ecosystems and seeing the rankings. I will say that we have a contributors program of people that are helping us on the data for those reports, especially for the global report. So if you're a data freak and you really like to influence reports and kind of like arrive to conclusions, feel free at startupblink.com/blog/startuplink-internship. So you can have a look. We have about 5 or 6 interns, and it's really great to work with the contributors so far. We just love uncovering the truth about startup ecosystem. That's our hobby. And yeah, I think that's basically it for today. So we're done. Thank you, everyone. Sorry I couldn't reach to all the questions. As I mentioned before, we have a recording of this, so you can view this one again later. And now we're gonna move to maybe a more interesting part, which is actually to seeing our public sector pitching their ecosystem, which is absolutely great. So thanks again for the public sector of actually taking the time and getting out there and feeling like entrepreneurs and pitching their ecosystem. I'm gonna switch this to Catherine, our partnership manager. Catherine, you're with us.
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone had a great time at Ellie's speech webinar. It's always great to understand more about ecosystem development through these webinars. So welcome to everyone that is just joining for the second edition of the Ecosystem Summit. We're now in our second session. This session will feature ecosystem developers from around the world, and they will be presenting their ecosystem. So I know that most of us can't travel, so hopefully with this session, we can simulate traveling through knowing about different ecosystems from around the world. In the session, each speaker will have 8 minutes to talk about their ecosystems. And then at the end of the session, once everyone has presented, we will have a sort of poll for participation with everyone. And we will be asking among the presented ecosystems, which are you most intrigued by, or which would you like to know more about after the pitching? And as always, if you have any questions, feel free to use the chat and the Q&A, and make sure that it's addressed, if it's on the chat, it's addressed to the panelists and all attendees so everyone can see your question as well. Okay, so let's start. So the first ecosystem is a very unique ecosystem. It's the first ecosystem will be Kyoto from Japan. So Kyoto is actually in our global rankings 251st, and it's a great hardware and IoT ecosystem. It's in our hardware and IoT rankings, it's 95th, so it's greatly overperforming compared to its global ranking. For this, we will have Joseph Kyoda from Jetro Kyoto. And yes, I see. I will just be promoting Joseph to panelist. Yes. Hi, Joseph-san.
Hi. Thank you, Katrina.
You're welcome. So, yes, so you can start and tell us how amazing it is in Kyoto. So.
Okay, sure. So let me share the slide. Hello, everyone. My name is Joseph Kyoda. I work for Jetro Kyoto, and I am concierge for Startup Visa. So today, I'd like to introduce about unique ecosystem in Kyoto and Startup Visa, which is totally new system and really benefit for foreign entrepreneurs. Then let me quickly introduce about myself. I am half Japanese and half American, and I was working at Silicon Valley current 6 years and just coming back to Japan last year. And my background is mainly IoT hardware and AI, and I am still helping abroad startups by myself. And also I have passion to help people from overseas because I was foreigner when I lived in US. So Startup Visa will play a key role to build attractive ecosystem in Kyoto. So let me explain what the ecosystem in Kyoto meaning, like they have several unique points. As you can see on the slides, especially Kyoto had the great spirit to pursue their own ideas and researches. And Kyoto offers a truly extensive range of studies from cutting-edge research that have been awarded Nobel Prizes to animation and then studies. There are about 50 universities. One out of 10 people in the Kyoto city area is actually a university student. By far the highest in Japan in terms of the proportion of students in its population. There are also about 9,000 students from all over the world who are studying in Kyoto. Like these figures just how Kyoto is the ideal place for the innovation. And as you can see, each university offers various startup incubation programs as well. They have motivated to help people to start a business. And Kyoto is a city. Kyoto city is a we are leading Japanese high-tech companies gather while boasting a history of more than 1,000 years. And the headquarters of world-famous companies such as Nintendo, Kyocera are located in Kyoto. These are world-leading industries such as gaming, healthcare devices, and anything else. So some were the startups in the past and grown up to the global players in cutting-edge and most updated industries. For example, Nintendo, of course you may know, they used to be a maker of a traditional Japanese card game, and they really struggled to create a new entertainment. But they are famous now because they create computer games. And it also to be great opportunities for startups to collaborate with these corporate companies. Then, as you can see in this slide, we have a various ecosystem program in Kyoto as well, and it is very developing. You may know Plug and Play, which originally from Silicon Valley. They chose Kyoto City to establish their second location because they recognize that how Kyoto is attractive for foreign entrepreneurs, such as not only I already featured. Kyoto has over 1,000-year history as capital of Japan, which helped the entrepreneurs' inspiration, also providing safe and convenient lifestyle and abundant nature. Japan is one of the safest countries in the world, as you know. And also, this is the difference. Kyoto already has a lot of acceleration programs. And even if you see our region in larger scale, yeah, we have further programs. And all of these programs promote the regional empowerment for open innovation. As I explained, Kyoto developing their own unique ecosystem. So we must include and connect overseas players here to make better cycle. And multiple cities are already started, so why not start in Kyoto? So of course, we're going to use this opportunity. So here are the major issue when foreigner think starting a business in Japan. Previously, you had to apply to management visa to start your business, which means either you invest 5 million yen or you have to hire at least 2 people. That was the condition to get visa for starting business before. It was too high a hurdle. That's why the startup visa was introduced by Japan. And also another value is also considerable, but JETRO can support something here. I will explain about this later. And here the outline about startup visa supporting program. So this system, you can see, I mean, you can use startup visa maximum for 1 year, and you have to renew the visa each 6 months. Then you can stay maximum 1 year without your investment. And JETRO Kyoto is contact for that. We are working for English website and Facebook and LinkedIn, so please take a look at it later. I will share that link for this. So actually target is all foreigners for this startup visa in Kyoto. Like if who has motivated to do the startup business in Japan. So we really need entrepreneurs who want to start business in Kyoto. And like here, our Kyoto prefecture have a target industries which focusing what their strength and future plan. And also I'd like to introduce like here the what you needed to prepare to apply this. And here the benefit and subsidy if you chose the startup visa to come to Japan. So which is like we cover the office rent fee and also company registration fee. And also we give you the professional consultation as well, which is lawyers, tax accountants. And also we will introduce you to the investors and banks and a lot of incubators. So you don't need to worry about how to start your business in Japan. Like we are here to help you. So I'd like to introduce some of the startups happened in Kyoto by foreigners. And especially like you may know about Notion, their worldwide software service. Actually, they're US-based startup, but they had famous story which shared on their website that they developed their products in Kyoto in the really beginning stage, almost a year. And they really love Kyoto. So this is just a reference. We don't know about them so much, but we expect more innovation happened in Kyoto like this. Is reward the startup hurdles by providing this startup visa. So here is our website link and the Facebook and LinkedIn page. So please contact us if you have interested. So thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you so much, Joseph-san. And if anyone has any questions, feel free to write it on the chat box and Joseph-san will try to answer them. Also, if Joseph-san, if you can also write your email as well and the website on the chat so everyone can also reach out to you after the summit. Thank you.
Sure, I will write it down.
Yes. Okay. So the next ecosystem will be the Taiwanese ecosystem. It will be so as you can notice, we are trying to accommodate first the Asian ecosystems as it is a bit late for them. So the next one will be Yo from Taiwan. So Taiwan is another very interesting ecosystem. It's also a bit of a small ecosystem compared to the population of its neighbors, but it's really doing amazing. So, for example, in our global ecosystem rankings for 2020, Taiwan was ranked 30th, and it's actually the only ecosystem in the one of the only ecosystems in the top 50 that ranked this high. So it's and then for Taipei, it's also ranked 42nd in the world. And Taiwan is sixth in Asia and sixth in hardware and IoT. So we're seeing a pattern here. So East Asian countries, like always, are really excelling in hardware and IoT. So I see Hyo here. Hi, Yo.
Hi, Katrin. How are you?
Great, great.
Thank you so much for the introduction. All right, so is it my turn to share screen?
Yes, please.
Can you guys see it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, give me a second. Can you guys see the full screen or the presenter's view?
We can see the full screen.
Okay, perfect. All right, so hi everyone. Hey, good afternoon for those in Europe, and good morning for those. Good evening for those in Asia. It's about 7 o'clock here in Taiwan. So, but first of all, I'd like to thank StartupBlink for inviting TTA or Taiwan Tech Arena to participate in this ecosystem summit and meet like-minded people. I feel so privileged to be here. So my name is Yo, and I'll be representing Taiwan Tech Arena to tell you a bit about what we do what we do here in Taiwan and what's currently happening in our startup ecosystem. All right, so okay. So basically, TTA is a flagship startup ecosystem building program launched by the Ministry of Science and Technology. So in order to understand why TTA is such an important program for Taiwan, let's get to know a bit more about our country. So as many of you might already know, Taiwan is a pretty high-tech country. We have over 4 decades of manufacturing background, pumping out not only the most high-tech ICT products, but also intricate medical device and advanced materials. So our science parks, which cover there are 13 of them across the country, generate over $80 billion of revenue per year. And we also have close-knit industry cluster from the software clusters in the north, precision manufacturing in the central region, and to a more traditional petrochemical industry in the south. So basically, we're number 1 in semiconductor and ICT industry. Semiconductor IC packaging, and number 2 in IC design, TFT, LCD, and personal. And we're number 3 in personal computer. So yeah, and in terms of our global competitiveness, okay, the IMD, a Swiss organization, ranked us 11 in terms of competitiveness in 2020. And the World Economic Forum also ranked us pretty high. They ranked us 12 in 2019. Unfortunately, this year's ranking is a little bit different because they focus more on the road to recovery. The World Bank Group ranked us 15 for doing business, and the Economist ranked us 16 for our business environment. So, and 9 of our enterprises made it to the Fortune Global 500 company in 2020. So we're pretty proud of that performance. Now, so we're doing pretty good, right? We're doing pretty well. So what's next for us? Well, as you guys may know, what Jack Welch said, hey, we need to change before we have to. So, and as you guys know that the Fortune 500 companies that were listed 30 years ago are rapidly being replaced by technology companies such as Apple, Facebook, Amazon, Salesforce, and Uber. So as Taiwan, who's been riding on the same wave for over 30 years, our high-tech industries really do need more innovation, new solutions, and fresh application for our existing technology to keep up with the game. And we believe that startup is the bridge that will take our high-tech industry into the future, and thus the inception of TTA. So our vision basically is to build a vibrant international startup ecosystem in Taiwan. And we were officially launched in June of 2018. Our mission is to serve as the launching pad for global startups because we have such complete supply chain, and we also have very strong manufacturing background. Okay? And we hope to be the cultural fusion hub for international startups because we believe that founders, they need to support each other in order to succeed. And so basically, we want them to come to TTA and share their experience from other countries or other cities to help each other, support each other. And then we want to serve as the voice of Taiwan, okay, to show the world that we are an ideal place to start your business and also a wonderful place to invest. All right, so this is our comprehensive approach. So basically, TTA serves to connect. What our goal is to serve as the platform to connect technology, talents, market, and capital between Taiwan and the world. So our main vertical includes AI, software, and semiconductor. And we work with local and international accelerators. We have to date supported over 380 local and international startups. We also work with a network of investors and enterprises, okay? And then we provide a 3,000 square meter of co-working space in the heart of Taipei. So if you guys ever have a chance to come around, please feel free to visit us. Hopefully maybe this year, we really hope to receive some foreign guests. All right, we also provide marketing and exhibition and media relations for our startups. So here are some examples of our the exhibitions and the startup activities that we joined. Like in Taiwan, local startup exhibitions include Innovex that happens in June, and then Meet Taipei in November, which fortunately this year we were actually able to have it in a physical event. And Ellie was actually there as one of our guests at our international forum. So thank you again, Ellie, for being so wonderful. And our international exhibitions, we join exhibitions like, of course, CES at Las Vegas. This year, it's all online. Okay, so we also go to other startup exhibition in Asia, like in Singapore, in Europe, like in Paris, also in Germany, and also, of course, we attend TechCrunch Disrupt in San Francisco. For this year, we led 100 startups. Last year was 82 startups to CES. This year was 100 startups. So this is the scale of work that we do. And this is our virtual booth, which is linked to the CES booth. So if you visit our startups at CES, you get the link to this to our virtual booth. And just over the past few days, we already had like close to 170,000 views. And the 100 startups that we led to CES, we focus mainly on 5 verticals, which include smart living, healthcare and wellness, cybersecurity and cloud solutions, mobility, tech, and tech for good. Okay, so this is just a fraction of what we do. And over the past 2 years, we see an emerging trend of returning talent. So we're really happy about this because we actually have a lot of second generation Taiwanese overseas who are returning to Taiwan. So the most notable person I would like to mention is YouTube co-founder Steve Chen. He first came back in 2018 and he loves it. So in 2019, he and his family moved back to Taiwan. Yeah, and then he started inviting his fellow entrepreneurs in Silicon Valley to see our ecosystem, to understand our ecosystem. And as they came, they all fell in love and they extended their stay. And with the outbreak of the pandemic last year, people in the Bay Area, a lot of entrepreneurs, especially as I mentioned, Asian-born, are actually, they call themselves a health crisis refugee. Okay, a lot of them came to Taiwan to seek a COVID-free life, and a lot of them were quite impressed with our ecosystem, and they say that they're gonna. A lot of them are thinking of starting their business here. And the government actually makes it quite easy for them as well, because these entrepreneurs can actually apply for the employment gold card, which is good for 3 years. So if you're interested in joining our ecosystem, please feel free to contact me. Okay, so yeah, just to go over briefly the accelerators that we work with. So these are the 5 accelerators that our key partner, they're actually housed at TTA at the moment, along with 80 startups at any given moment. And we also work with other local accelerators, and also overseas accelerator. We work with Alchemist, Plug and Play, and Skydeck. This is for Taiwanese startups that want to launch a business overseas. And so we also have counterparts like the Canadian Technology Accelerator and FetchTech Taiwan. We also work very closely with corporate partners, and they look to our startups for solutions to solve their problem. And as you guys know, the bigger the enterprise, the slower the innovation. So a lot of our corporate partners are looking for solutions from our startups. All right, so that's it about what we do at TTA and our current status at the moment. So if you guys are interested, hey, here's my email address. So please feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Yo. Thank you for sharing about Taiwan and what your efforts in Taiwan tech arena. Just like with Joseph, can you put your email as well in the chat so people can reach out to you after the event as well?
Yes, sure. Sorry, I think I went overboard a bit. I have a couple of seconds, right?
No worries. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Bye, everyone. No, I'll stay online, but yeah. Okay. Bye, Catherine.
Bye, Yo. Thank you for sharing again.
Thank you.
Yes. So our next speaker is Dave from Cabo, Manila. So I'll just look. Okay, So Dave is the Senior Program Lead for Ecosystem Development at Cabo, Manila. He will be representing Philippines and Manila, of course. So currently in our global rank, Philippines is 53rd, and it is 4th in the ASEAN countries, and Manila is 88th in the world, and it's 14th in Asia. And the current leading ecosystem in the Philippines is education. So in education, they're 3rd in Asia. So hi, Dave.
Hi, Katrine. Hi, everyone. I hope I'm coming into you clear. Yeah, my name is Dave Del Rosario. I'm from the Philippines. Super happy to be here. And of course, thanks for inviting us to showcase the Philippine startup ecosystem. Just to introduce myself, I'm currently the Senior Program Lead for the Ecosystem Development at Cabo Innovation Hub. And again, today I'm going to present to everyone the current landscape of the Philippine startup ecosystem and how we can potentially work together and supporting our startups here. Just to give everyone a quick background about what we do at Kubo, we're the first national innovation and startup hub based in Manila, and actually was born through the public and private partnership between Idea Space, which is one of the largest private accelerators in the country. We also have JP Morgan, the Science and Technology Department, and the Trade and Industry Department of the Philippines. We are established to really strengthen the startup ecosystem and bridge opportunities to our startup founders. Thus, we have lots of programs open to any stages and focus of our startups. Other than our funding partners, we are also backed by the ICT department of the country and different private sectors, really helping us scale our programs and reach a wider audience and support our startups in their day-to-day operation. Our goal is really to support different startup founders as they build their ideas. Thus, our core action revolves around these three things, which is to encourage collaboration with both local and international players, to develop the community by creating more relevant and impact programs, and bring more opportunities to the founders, and build a robust startup ecosystem in the country. We do different programs and initiatives that include Startup National Roadshow to create awareness. We do different mappings and reports to map out opportunities and solve challenges in different local startup ecosystem. Series of startup classes, hackathons, and boot camps and workshops tailor-fitted to the needs of every startup founders, and lots of academic and corporate development to assist this institution in establishing their own startup programs and bridge opportunities to the founders. So allow me to discuss more about our startup ecosystem. This whole journey started way back 2010, if I'm not mistaken, when few startups were born and the first startup weekend was organized. It's a 10-year-old ecosystem, and I'd like to highlight some key changes that we have seen over the years. So just to share to everyone why the Philippines is actually a good place to start a startup. For the last couple of years, we've seen so many founders, so many investors, champions, and enablers in the country, and would like to think that one big reason is because of our rising economy. Our GDP is rising with a growth rate of 6.7%, and electronics are actually becoming one of our top exports aside from BPO and food. Also, our investment grade is also rising, which became one good reason why startups thrive in the country. We also have, as you know, a very huge population. We're currently at 110 million population with a median age of 24 years old, which normally comprises of this tech-savvy and innovative people in the country. And the huge market opportunity, as well as the capability of the most of the Filipinos to adapt to this new technological advancement brought in the market, is also an advantage for startup founders. Over the last 10 years, we've seen the growth of startups in the country. We currently have around 700 startups to date. But not just that. Now we are happy to see that the number of angel investors and venture capitalists are increasing. Different incubators and accelerators and co-working spaces are being established, not just in the Manila, not just in the capital, but almost in each part of the country. We see this as a result of the joint efforts and dedication of different educational institutions, different private organizations, and government to really support the ecosystem and the startup founders in the country. So if you try to look more the Philippine startup ecosystem, you will see that this is still young, but there's actually a big potential and embedded capabilities that make it try for startups to really thrive in the country. To add on to what I have mentioned earlier, the Filipinos actually also named as the best country for global investment by Wharton last 2018. And definitely our demographic is a sweet spot, having a very huge market and tech-savvy people. If you also try to map out the presence of the Filipinos worldwide, we're everywhere. And that helped, I think, the ecosystem gain different international recognition and be connected to different international markets. And aside from these, of course, it's more fun in the Philippines, as we always say. And I think that it's about time to really find the next big startup. It's about time to get recognition, not just because of our Boracay Island, not just because of Manny Pacquiao or the Sweetest Mangoes or the Miss Universe titles, but because we're also able to produce startups that actually change the way we live and really solve pressing problems in the community. Just to add to that, in the 2019 Global Startup Ecosystem Report by Startup Genome, Manila was actually named as one of the top activation phase ecosystem in the world. We're also identified as one of the top 10 in the global ecosystem for the Bank for Back and top 5 in activation ecosystem for connectedness. The Manila city also ranked 36 globally in this global startup ecosystem report by Startup Genome's inaugural ranking of the world's top 100 emerging startup ecosystem. Actually, the value of Manila startup ecosystem is at USD $1.6 billion. And I'd like to think that one of the main reasons why we are enjoying this title is because of, again, the collective efforts of the public and private sectors in really helping change the ecosystem. And the expectation is actually that Manila startup ecosystem will grow rapidly in size for the next coming years. And that is why in our 2019 report, we highlight Manila as one of the fastest growing startup ecosystem worldwide. Also, the Philippines is also slowly but steadily risen in the rankings year over year, according to the report made by StartupBlink. We're now on the 53rd ranking after an increase of 1 spot. And there are also a total of 3 cities representing the Philippines in the ranking. So if anyone plans to visit the Philippines, make sure to put these places in your lists and do check what the local startup ecosystem can offer. There's Manila in the 80th spot. We have Cebu in the 41st spot and Cagayan de Oro in the 580th spot. Also, the report identifies that fintech and e-commerce is the Manila's subsector strengths. Fintech companies here account for almost 15% of Manila startups, with actually a transaction value of around 10 billion USD in 2019 and actually expected to grow by 24% last year, while taking into account the expected impact of COVID-19. E-commerce startups are also growing in the Philippines, and we hope that through the Philippines e-commerce roadmap 2022, to really improve logistics and e-payments, it would help boost online business activities among these startups. We always have these reasons to move your startup in Manila, and basically, we have a very experienced tech talent and a very young workforce in the country. That gives founders an experienced pool of employees to draw from. And definitely the startup support that we have right now, again, with the recent private and public efforts and developments, the Philippine startup ecosystem continues to thrive and exponentially scale to be the next startup hotspot to watch in Southeast Asia. Over the last 3 to 5 years, we also have seen the strong support of the government in building a strong startup ecosystem. The 3 agencies, including the Science and Technology Department, the Trade and Industry Department, and the ICT Department, have actually created a tripartite agreement to support the ecosystem for the next years to come. And this actually has resulted in different policies, different programs and initiatives geared towards creating more opportunities, more supports and benefits, not just to the founders, but as well as to the startup players and enablers. Currently, we have this innovative startup act, which was signed into law last 2019, that basically aims to strengthen, to promote, and develop the startup ecosystem in the country. The rise of different university-based technology business incubator in the country has also resulted to a change in mindset of the students and help them embrace entrepreneurship during their college days. The Startup Pilipinas program that aims to foster linkages among MSMEs. We also have different startup research grant from the government that provides financial assistance and business resources to boost startup traction. And of course, the Startup Pinay that aims to support female-led startup founders and actually reduce the gender gap in the tech space of the country. Also, through the support of the Trade and Industry Department and the Startups Pinay initiative, we have been regularly conducting mapping all around the country. This mapping aims to bring together ecosystem builders, leaders, and stakeholders to discuss and identify the existing support available to their startups, across the country, as well as identify key insights and future initiatives to boost the startup landscape. The findings showed that most of the places we have visited over the last 2 years are still at the nascent stage, but two big cities are actually classified as an accelerating and foundational ecosystem. Their programs and initiatives were put in place already, and they're enjoying a lot of opportunities from both local and international players coming in and supporting the ecosystem. Just want to end my presentation by also sharing some key takeaways from the PwC Startup Survey with regards to the COVID-19. As you can see in the slide, it tackles the actions implemented by the startup founders during the ECQ, and majority of the respondents said that they have reduced their level of operations and actually started offering new product services. The findings also stated that 64% of the respondents would be needing at least around 5 million, around $100,000 to normalize their operation. So I think that's pretty much it. The Philippine startup ecosystem, with the continued support, I think, of the private and public sectors and different international players, we're positive that the Philippines will eventually bounce back from this pandemic. Really continue to produce world-class startups, and we really hope to inspire the next gen founders who create their startups and solve the world's pressing needs and problems. So our team at Kubo has been active in the scene for the last 4 years, doing different initiatives like Startup Pinay. We're also supporting different technology-based incubators. We have launched the Philippine Startup Week since last 2019 and plan to continue it annually to celebrate the Filipino startup spirit. And once again, the big goal is really to find the next Filipino startup founders that can change the world. And we believe that that time is now to really bring in more opportunities and support for them to thrive. So thank you so much for listening and for this opportunity. We would love to collaborate with you guys. Send us an email at hello@kubo.com.ph or visit our website at kubo.com.ph.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you for sharing to us about the Manila startup ecosystem, the Philippine startup ecosystem as well. And of course, if you have any questions, feel free to put it in the chat box or send Dave an email or Kubo an email as well. So thank you, Dave. Have a great evening. Okay, so after going through the first three ecosystems who are in Asia, now we're moving towards Europe now. So the next ecosystem that will be presented is Malta. It will be presented by Dana. She is the CEO of TechMT. So Malta in our last ecosystem rankings was 61st in the world, and it was also 33rd in fintech. So it's currently flourishing in the fintech vertical. So hi, Dana. Can you hear us?
Hi, Catherine.
Good morning.
Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you for joining us. Yeah. So, if you can share your screen and let us know about Malta.
Coming up. Can you see the full screen?
Now it's on presenter mode, I think. We don't see the full screen as of the moment.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, so right now we see the screen, but the slide is only half of the page. But we can start as well.
We can start. Okay, thank you. So let me start by introducing myself. I'm Dana Farrugia, the CEO of TechMT. TechMT is a strategic partner established by the government of Malta and the Malta Chamber of Commerce to promote Malta as a tech hub of choice. Our remit revolves around sectorial growth, so we focus on both organic internally from our economy and also growth coming from foreign direct investment. This entity has been established by the government because Malta, as a European member state, has identified the importance of foreign direct investment and also economic growth, especially in the sector of technology. Malta seeks to position our island as the epicenter of both quality and creative thinking. And this we can do it because we have a dynamic and thriving technology sector, which is also backed by the country's economic and financial stability and success. We can obviously build on our accessible economic environment, our very advantageous tax incentives. We also have a lot of trust coming from investors who are already established in our country, and we have an attractive and reliable business environment. We work with an open door policy, and we try to position ourselves as the member state of choice when it comes to partnering with countries or businesses which predominantly operate outside of the European Union. When it comes to business coming from the European Union, we also provide direct access to Africa, with which as a continent we have also a lot of direct contacts, and also we are seen and considered by that continent as a country of trade. We do a lot of bilateral trade, and there is an element of trust which allows obviously the addition of flow of direct investment. We also have a good relationship with the Emirates, with the United Arab Emirates, and also this gives a wider audience where one can achieve economies of scale when businesses establish their investments here in Malta. So why we are here to discuss why one should choose Malta to invest or to consider getting talent from Malta when it comes to the technology sector, but also coming from considering other economic pillars. Last year only, and this was during COVID, we had 190 new projects, and these have injected an investment of 140 million euro that led to almost 2,000 new jobs. And these projects, 38 of which were foreign direct investments, kept coming in because obviously of our consistent relationship and networking and reaching out to the business community globally. We have a very stable inflation rates. Our employment rates are very stable. We have no shock effects in our economy. And going back to COVID, we are one of the EU member states which currently has the lowest COVID restriction measures, because we have managed to contain the pandemic very well. And also we have reinvested our COVID relief fund into our economy. So considering that we still have taken the relief fund from the European Union, have decided to reinvest it in our economic pillars. This has given us the opportunity to keep the economy going, and also to give that peace of mind that employment and education is still going at a stable rate. So Malta has a strong technology and digital sector, and the basis of this comes because of the investments which have been done in the past in this sector. We have a resilient infrastructure where 99% of our infrastructure locally is internet enabled, especially with high speeds. We can provide a high level of redundancy because we have 2 fiber cables connecting our 2 islands, and also 5 fiber cables connecting us to the grid. This gives a lot of peace of mind to companies who want to set up their business here, and especially companies for whom redundancy, especially at a split second, is very important. We have various data centers as well spread across our islands, which gives an added element of redundancy from a physical infrastructure level. And Malta's attractiveness comes because of the skilled workforce as well. We have a bilingual workforce. English is our second national language. We have strong educational institutions providing talent to the industry, a robust telecommunications infrastructure, so 3G and Wi-Fi are available across all Malta and Gozo, and incentives that continue to bolster Malta's attractiveness. Recent credit ratings have placed Malta, have rated Malta again on the A grading, Standard and Poor's grading us as A-, Moody's as H2, Fitch as A+, and the BRS as A high. Our GDP is set to grow by 5.4% in 2021 and 3.9% in 2022. This is above average of the European Union. And again, this forecast is thanks to the continued investment, both foreign and local, because even local companies keep investing in our island. And there is a direct correlation between all this investment and productivity. And this productivity will keep ensuring in the next years, especially the next 2 years, where there is a slight instability globally when it comes to the effect of COVID, when it comes to employability. So we are very confident when it comes to startups and academics considering to relocate anywhere in the world, that we can provide a very attractive jurisdiction to them, a jurisdiction that promises a safe place of work, a stable place of work, and also an almost guaranteed income or success. Malta's economic performance has also been recognized by the Digital Economic Society Index, which is the European Union platform which grades countries when it comes to technology. And Malta is the 5th EU country with the biggest advancements in digital economy. This is thanks to the continued investment by the government, because we consider the technology sector as one of our strongest economic pillars. It is also one of the pillars which experienced positive growth, irrespective of the challenges that COVID has brought upon us last year. Also, the European Innovation Scoreboard 2020 and the Global Startup Ecosystem have proven Malta's status as one of the top innovative and emerging ecosystems in Europe and beyond. We also have an appealing tax infrastructure, and this is one of our major benefits, fiscal benefits, when it comes to doing business in Malta. Our corporate income tax rate is at 5%, and we also have an incentive for high-skilled workers moving to our country, where the tax rate is a flat rate of 15%. Malta was also a jurisdiction which developed a regulatory framework for DLTs when it comes to the blockchain world, and this has been done because we do treat our technology sector with a lot of care. We want to instill a lot of trust and focus on quantity and not on quality, and we want to make sure that we safeguard our sector and make sure that what companies are promising to develop and deliver will actually be delivering to their consumers. Our regulators want to instill and safeguard investors and support growth. And again, this is all aimed at instilling trust in our jurisdiction. We also have a regulator, a regulatory body, which is the Malta Digital Innovation Authority, which oversees the regulatory aspect of DLTs and blockchain. We have approved applications when it comes to virtual financial assets And this will revolutionize our area for access to finance on our island. This is something predominantly new as well. We are seeking to attract ICOs and IPOs, and we have regulated the part where the financial part is involved, and also where the technology part is involved, again, to safeguard our technology ecosystem. We also launched an AI strategy and vision, and we have launched it in 2019 in Amsterdam at the World AI Summit. This was a very well received and popular strategy because it gives opportunity to a lot of business that can be done. We have a lot of projects locally where we have AI involved, and also it's a strategy that allows and facilitates the establishment of companies which are related to artificial intelligence. We also have specific courses at our University of Malta related to artificial intelligence, and they are proving to be very popular worldwide because they are very niche, they are very specific, and you do not find similar anywhere else. We are very keen on safety, so we are trying to produce talent to the sector which can provide safe solutions, and also an ecosystem which safeguards the sector itself. The incentives and support measures that we promote and propose as a country have been in place and enhanced for a number of years, and they are key for startup funding. There are tax and non-tax incentives, there are cash grants, and also support investment measures, and also there are physical infrastructures which the government of Malta provides to investors when they consider coming to Malta. We have our own investment entity, incentives entity, which is Malta Enterprise. Malta Enterprise is the government entity which provides these incentives when it comes to fiscal benefits and also physical space. At the moment, we have buildings allowing for research and development in the medical field, DNA testing, IVF research, medical cannabis, and also a digital hub space equipped to attract game development, film creation development, high-powered processes development, and one can submit their business case to these entities, and they go through a process, and if approved, one can benefit from these incentives to start their businesses here in Malta. Malta, as I said, is a country open to business entities, and we are here to obviously provide a very lucrative economic environment where one can experience growth. This investment is a result of various incentives which were done in the past. We have invested in various aspects of our island, the fiscal aspect, the infrastructural aspect, the skilled workforce aspect, and also the stability aspect, because as we have seen, especially in the past year, having stability gives investors peace of mind. And when someone invests money, that is very important. This brings us to the end of our presentation. TechMT is here obviously to assist you to make contact in Malta with the various entities which can help you establish yourselves here. And we look forward to having you as part of our success story. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Dana. Thank you for sharing about Malta. And everyone, just if you have any questions, put it on the chat, or also take note of their social media handles and their email as well. So thank you, Dana. I hope you have a great day. Okay, so up next is Joao, who is project manager in Made of Lisboa. So yeah. Okay, so while he's joining, I will let you know more about Lisbon. So Lisbon currently is 85th, ranked 85th globally in the last year, 2020 StartupBlink Ecosystem rankings. And a great vertical for Lisbon is actually software and data, where they rank 41st in the world, which is also way above what their current global rank is. Hi, Joel. Joel, can you hear us?
Hi, I can. Give me just a sec. I'm going to share screen. Sorry, but Zoom was trying to trick me, I guess. Let me know if you're able to see my screen, please. It should be on in a couple of seconds. I'm good? All right, so let me just put this for 8 minutes, so I try not to go overboard. So thank you so much, Catherine and StartupBlink, for having us here. My name is Zwile. I work for Made of Lisboa. This is a 100% public project from the City Council of Lisbon. And our job is mostly to articulate the stakeholder interaction in our city. So we don't have the responsibilities of investment attracting as so many of you. And for the next couple of minutes, I would like to give you a bit of an overview of our ecosystem and what's happening in Lisbon. So it's safe to say that in the last couple of years, our ecosystem has been through a big hype. So we went from a country that was going over a bailout roughly 10 years ago to becoming one of the destinations for the startup scene in Europe. So was it always like this? Probably not. As you can see, this is where we were 10 years ago. It's interesting because this year kind of marks the unofficial beginning of the Lisbon ecosystem entrepreneurial system. So these were the incubators operating at the time, and this is not even 10 years, 8 years afterwards. As you can see, there was this whole network that expanded that includes incubators, creative hubs, co-works, accelerators that showed up. So our vision is to enhance and strengthen this ecosystem to transform Lisbon in one of the most competitive, innovative, and creative cities in Europe. So a brief overview of our city, and this is kind of the, let's say, the boring part of the presentation, the numbers. So these are pre-COVID numbers. We have around 336,000 companies in town. So that's roughly 29% of the companies in the country. We have 18 incubators, although there's incubation programs that are on a national scale, as Portugal is quite a small country. We have 10 creative hubs, and our flagship event is the Web Summit that has a 10-year contract with the City Council and the government here in Portugal. So we still have, if I'm not mistaken, 8 editions more to go. In terms of diversity, we have around almost 300,000 expats living in Lisbon, and that was the growth. So this growth doesn't apply to 2020, obviously, it's from 2019. And the biggest, I just want to highlight this, the biggest community of expats that we have in town is Brazilian citizens. So that also reflects on a national scale. In terms of knowledge and universities, we have so we have around 145,000 students, undergrads coming out of colleges, and out of those, roughly 25,000 are from international backgrounds. This has been an effort that the city has been doing for the last couple of years to attract more foreign students here. And in terms of let's say what we call the quality of living here, you know, we have almost 300 days of sunshine, and prior to COVID, we were having 51 new companies being created per day. So the reason why, or one of the big reasons is why so many people are flocking to our city is what we call the quality of life. So normally you will see Lisbon ranking up in the digital nomad scene. And this is due to some of the reasons that some of the other ecosystems have played out today. We're one of the safest countries in the world, and Lisbon is not an exception. You have access to outdoors activities, like 30 minutes by train, a lot of historical sites, delicious cuisine, and an amazing amazing historical landscapes, and also a supporting community, especially for entrepreneurs, a supporting community that will help you make this journey. So because we're a young ecosystem, we have a lot of startups, and that also reflects on the timing of the ecosystem. So people are more available to spend time with you, and this is kind of throughout the whole city, not just for the people that are coming here and be your peers, but also on the government level. So the government will be available to talk to you. One of the things that an entrepreneur mentioned to me when I started my job roughly 4 years ago, this person is a British citizen, kind of in the wake of the Brexit scene. He said in London, like, it's very hard to get ahead of people, and in Lisbon people pick up the phone. So I think that picking up the phone example really shows where we are, and not only on let's say the outside of work this dimension that city, the Lisbon is doing a good job, but also on kind of a more in a numerical side. We've been attracting historical foreign tech for Portugal, and for Lisbon, this Brexit is turning out an opportunity for us. So we're getting a lot of refugees from Brexit, kind of, I feel, throughout Europe. And we believe that we can have a good mix of startups and corporations in town. So we will see some of the companies that we've attracted over the last couple of years, but in this bullseye, I want to highlight our main verticals, so digital mobility, energy, financial services, creative, and health and well-being verticals. And on the center of the bullseye, you can see some of our most prominent startups, such as Farfetch, Babel, OutSystems, Aptoid, TalkDesk, and Feedzai. 3 of them have already reached the unicorn status. Over the last couple of years, we've been able to attract like major corporations such as Volkswagen, Mercedes-Benz, Amazon, or Google is actually not in the historical city center of Lisbon, but in the wider metropolitan area of Lisbon. And we believe that this kind of reflects the balance that we want. So we have a lot of like big corporations that they will have the R&D centers here that then can interact with our local startups. And one of our jobs, I'm seeing that I'm almost running out of time, but to finish up, one of our missions made of Lisboa is to, as I said in the beginning, articulate all of these people, all of these stakeholders, and we do it by mapping it out on a digital website, which you can visit, which is www.madeoflisboa.com, where you can see who is who does what, and what is happening on the ecosystem. And we also do this obviously offline. I had here some of the key players in town, but I don't have too much time to go into detail. Startup Lisboa is a public incubator. It was born 10 years ago, so it also kind of reflects the change that the city underwent. BTI, which was one of the first accelerators and is now turned into a private company focused on open innovation. We have Casa do Impacto, which would literally translate as Impact House, which is focused on impact entrepreneurship. Fab Lab Lisboa is a fabrication laboratory. It's actually powered by the city council, and any citizen can come here and use the 3D printers at a very cheap cost. And the FinTech House Lisbon, which is important for us as it kind of reflects that we're getting more density in our ecosystem as we're being able to have like details and specific industry-oriented initiatives. There's also a co-work, last but not least, Village Underground that caters for the creative industries. Our big project that's coming up, it's called Hub Criativo do Beato. It's a former army equipment that if it's occupied at full reach, will be able to overtake Station F as the biggest startup campus in Europe. It's going to have, it's going to be massive. I think the co-working scene will be for 3,000 people. There's already 4 companies that are moving in, and it's also going to cater to the local community. So it's going to have daycare services, restaurants. It already has a place where people can buy fresh products. So it's not just like a tech ghetto, it's also for the citizens here. And to end up, last year during COVID, it was quite hard to organize events. Still, we had a window in September where we organized the Entrepreneurship Week of Lisbon. It was very challenging, but it's also very, very, very satisfying to see that the community, our ecosystem, set present and helped us organize an event that had over 100 events. They're all free for the citizens to take advantage. They're organized and curated by the community. So it's something that leaves us very proud. And the last event, as obviously, is the Web Summit, as I mentioned this year. In 2020 we had a digital exclusive version. We're hoping that for 2021 we can have at least a hybrid session or a hybrid model, depending on the pandemic. And if you guys do come here, we'd be welcome. We'll be very happy to show you around and connect you to our key players, and show you a good time. So that's me. I hope I didn't overextend too much, Catherine. I left on the chat. If anybody wants to connect, feel free to, and we can have a conversation afterwards.
Thank you so much, Joel. It's great to know more about Lisbon. As he said, if you have any questions, just put it on the chat and you will get the answer. Thank you. Have a great day. Okay, so our last presenter is Lucy from Czech Invest. So before I introduce more about Czechia and its rankings, we just wanted to let you know that the next session will be a bit delayed. The next panel will be about ecosystem trends, and after that we will be having another panel discussion on ecosystem development in developing countries, and then we will have our final ecosystem presentations to London. So hi, Lucy. Yes,
hi, everyone.
So Lucy is the director of Czech Invest. In the last ecosystem rankings, Czechia is 26 globally, and it's 13th in software and data. Great.
Yeah, hi everyone. Just let me know if you can see the presentation.
Yes, you can see it, but it's not yet full screen.
Okay, should be. Hey, here we go. Okay, thank you very much, Catherine and the others and StartupBlink for the invitation. I have a few minutes to talk about Czech Invest and firstly Czech Republic and its startup ecosystem. So my name is Lucy. I'm working for Czech Invest, which is business and investment development agency in the Czech Republic. So talking about the startup ecosystem, Czech Republic is still emerging market in terms of startup ecosystem, but I think we are doing pretty well. Basically, the boom has started around 10 years ago, something like 2010, 2011. So since that, a lot of things have been done, and we have an ambition to present ourselves or to be the CE Innovation Hub. So here you can see also some comparison with the rest of the CE region. I think what is great about the Czech Republic, it has really like solid macroeconomic environment, but it's also doing quite well in terms of different innovation indicators, like you can see European Innovation Scoreboard and the others. So here is some comparison with the CE region. What is also interesting about the Czech Republic and startup ecosystem, we have basically one big startup hub in the Czech Republic, which is of course capital Prague. Then we have a few smaller ones, but basically like half of the startup companies are being established in the capital city of Prague. I think also not only for startup companies, but also for the investors, Czech Republic is an interesting place because majority of startups is still being funded more from their own resources than having the investment from investors. That's also given by the fact that not that many VCs are yet in the Czech Republic. So if they are looking for bigger money, for example, usually they are looking for the investment from foreign investors. So which might be also attractive for investment activities in the region. Talking about the startup ecosystem at this moment, and of course the number is growing, which we are happy about. The number of startup companies in the Czech Republic is a bit bigger than 1,000 startup companies. Given the size of the market, I think the number is pretty good. You can see the startup heat map, which is comparing the ecosystems also within the Europe. So of course, Czech Republic is not that huge in terms of startup companies, like for example, London, but within the region, it's doing quite well, and really business is growing and is emerging, which is great. On the left side, you can see some interesting sectors or business areas where the startups are operating, and which are also attractive sectors in the Czech Republic. So especially there's a lot of focus on ICT, on big data, but also on e-commerce marketing. Gaming is also a strong sector. So so here you can see some examples from what sectors the startup companies are usually coming from in the Czech Republic. On the right side of the slide, you can see what founders are usually appreciating about the Czech Republic and its startup ecosystem. So of course, it's also in terms of talents. It's in terms of cooperation with industries and with different businesses. So you can see that that even if you compare the Czech Republic like to the really top 20 startup ecosystems in Europe, so it's doing quite well and it has a lot to offer. Technology trends, that's something that I have mentioned a bit on the previous slide, but really what are the hot sectors in the Czech Republic is ICT, blockchain, cybersecurity, big data, artificial intelligence, but also IoT and e-commerce. So these are some of the sectors that are really on the rise, but we have also quite good presence in life science or biotech. Why ICT, why big data? Czech Republic has a long tradition in tech scene. You can see big companies, of course, like Avast that have evolved from the Czech Republic and are now multinational companies. But we really do have a good background in universities for all the ICT activities. A lot of people is employed in this sector. University students are coming from ICT. So that creates a good base basically for setting up the startup that is more ICT, cybersecurity, big data oriented. But as I said, also we do have quite good background for the other sectors like life science or biotechnology. So that's about the tech scene. I think that's why also this scene is growing, and that's why many startups from these sectors are evolving in the Czech Republic. Here you can see some success stories. Of course, Avast I have already mentioned, but you can also see that that here are other interesting startup companies. We have seen also some successful exits like Apiari that was acquired by Oracle, or Cognitive Security, which is cybersecurity, as I was talking about, which was acquired by Cisco. And there is more cases like that coming also the last year, which was difficult for everyone, was still good in terms of new deals, new investment activities, and new growth of startup companies. This is something about the innovation ecosystem. What I find good about the innovation ecosystem in the Czech Republic, as I have mentioned, we have main hub, which is in the capital of Prague, but we have also smaller hubs in Brno and Ostrava. All these three cities are also part of the StartupBlink report. But what you can see that really basically in every region, we have a good innovation infrastructure. Universities, scientific parks, incubators, accelerators, and the others. So it's really good that if you're coming almost from any part of the Czech Republic, you can find a good innovation infrastructure there. Also, if you look on the ratio of R&D expenditures to GDP, it's actually quite good, especially in comparison also to the CEE region, but also to the other countries. And we are happy that Czech Republic is still very attractive for multinational companies, because we have more than 50 R&D centers of multinational companies in the Czech Republic. So that's something that we are proud of, and happy that companies find the country interesting and attractive. About Czech Invest, because we have our own programs for supporting the startups, and we are, let's say, national authority for startup support in the Czech Republic. So activities are already running from 2010. Here are some infographics from the last years. Basically, within last 4 years, we have now supported more than 200 startup companies in the Czech Republic. We are working with them also in earlier stages, but our main focus is really to help them also with the foreign expansion. That's because Czech Republic is a small open economy, and basically presence in the other markets is something that is the key for startup companies. So you can really see that we have domestic support, but also support for international expansion. And we do have also matchmaking services for investors. So if you're also looking for investment into the startup companies, so you can definitely let me know, and we can try to find the good match for you and for the startup company, of course. Here you can see some destinations where Czech startups are expanding, and they're expanding quite a lot. Also Europe is their favorite destination, of course, and especially London. Last thing that I would like to mention for the foreign startup companies, we have a program that we call Startup Incoming Mission. Last year it was virtual given the situation, but also we hope that this year or next year we will be able to welcome the startup companies really also face-to-face in the Czech Republic. So we are organizing these 1-week programs where we are introducing the Czech Republic to them, the business culture, but also really practical things about what is it to setting up the business in the Czech Republic, legal aspects and the others. So feel free to contact me if you are the foreign startup and looking for the expansion to the CEE region, Czech Republic, or looking for setting up your R&D activities or any other activities here. That's it from me. Thank you very much. That was my pleasure to be here. And once again, thank you for the invitation, and have a great day, everyone.
Yes, thank you, Lucy. Please put your details as well on the chat so everyone can reach out to you after the event. Thank you so much for sharing about Czech Republic. Yes, while closing it, everyone, we will just have a very quick poll on which city are you most intrigued, location you're most intrigued by based on the presentations that we heard today. Just have a couple of seconds so everyone can vote, and I'm passing this on to Josh, who will be leading the panel for the ecosystem startup trends for 2021.
Hello everyone, thank you Katrin. So we will be discussing shortly ecosystem trends for 2021, but after that, later on today, we will have another panel on ecosystem development in developing countries and rural cities at 1 p.m, where you can get insights from ecosystem developers on how to cultivate and grow your ecosystem in smaller countries and cities. And then we'll close off the event later on today with the second ecosystem pitching event at 2 p.m, featuring ecosystem developers from Switzerland, Kyiv, Peru, Brampton, Montreal, and Basel as well. But for now, we'll be going to the Startup Ecosystem Trends panel. So just bear with me, I'll just add some people on.
Yeah, so while Josh is adding the panelists for the third session, I'm happy to announce that Lisbon won the poll. So a lot of people are interested in Portugal.
Hello, everyone. So for the Startup Ecosystem Trends in 2021 panel, I'll be joined by Alain Bindels, who's Head of Innovation Facilitation and Digitalization at Roche, Simon Hardie, CEO at Findexable, and Andrew Berkowitz, the Managing Partner at Zwile Media. So hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Hi,
Hello.
Josh. Thanks for having us.
Lisbon always wins polls like that. They gotta let someone else have a chance.
So guys, so we're here to discuss startup ecosystem trends in 2021. So the first question I would like to ask you guys, the experience that you have, in which industries this year do you think we will see major disruption, and which technologies do you think will be the catalyst? And I think first we'll go to maybe Alain to first talk about that and your opinion.
Yeah, of course. I mean, due to COVID-19, there has been a huge shift in the way we are working, right? So more the remote working industry has picked up quite a lot. And connected to that is also, online education, right? So more like the e-learning and electronic education systems that are linked to this. I mean, all the, universities had to fully go online and virtual. So I think a lot of online education we will see. Another part, of course, in healthcare. So I'm coming, of course, from the healthcare. We also saw a big change in more like telehealth. So more, patients cannot necessarily go to the doctor, or they're afraid to go to the doctor. So having more telehealth solutions to connect with the healthcare system. Another part is in drug development as well. So as in drug development in healthcare, usually we have like a lot of clinical trials, but because of the situation with COVID, we had to shift our clinical trials to become more virtual and remote clinical trials. I think that will be a big shift. And because of the technologies, this will also be easier, right, this year to actually do more remote clinical trials. And of course, everything that has to do with e-commerce and delivery, right? I mean, most companies, they have to rely on, contactless delivery because of COVID. And they have to shift their business model to more online shopping or e-commerce. So I think we will see more and more trends in the e-commerce space as well.
Yeah, Simon, as someone who works in fintech specifically as well, what trends do you notice, and which also correlate with what Alain just mentioned?
Yeah, thanks, Josh, and thanks, Alain. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think we from our side, we come from we're a fintech focused data business. Within, therefore, I wouldn't necessarily be able to comment on sectors as a whole, but what I can say ultimately is that, this combination of digital acceleration, continued lockdown, is driving, the financialization of everything. And I think, back to Alain's point about healthcare, what you're going to start, what we're already seeing is, in all spheres, in all parts of the world, is a growing sort of understanding that financial services doesn't necessarily have to be the focus of a company, but it's definitely it's an incredibly important component of any company going forward. So the whole idea of what we would call embedded finance, the kind of Uber model, where Uber is a transportation company, but actually it's a payments company. We're going to see more and more of that, and I think you're going to see that proliferating in in the most remote regions of the world, possibly even the more remote regions of the world, driving that innovation and driving that disruption. And, the other two kind of key components here are sort of regulation, not from the sort of not purely from the kind of political government end of things, but the technology of regulation. Digital is accelerating the number of transactions. It's also, of course, accelerating the number of transactions that are fraudulent or even criminal. And so technology, technology that enables companies to transact securely, identify their customers, know who they are transacting with, and then report that to the regulatory authorities. We're seeing already a massive uptick in that over the last few months. And that obviously plays into sort of infrastructure broadly, digital infrastructure, whether you're a bank or a retailer or indeed in any other industry, but banks in particular are so susceptible to this because they run on old technologies. Any incumbent industry is having to think very carefully about its technology infrastructure and how it transacts, how it does business digitally, and in many cases, for many industries that are not digital first, that are having to work with legacy, we will see. Certainly within financial services, but in other industries, you will see a kind of massive move towards innovation or companies that enable digital infrastructure that possibly work with existing systems. And then the final thing, which will get a lot of airtime during the year, as if it hasn't already, is not so much Bitcoin, but cryptocurrencies in general. We will see normalization. I'm no forecaster. I'm bound to be wrong on Bitcoin, but there's certainly every chance that Bitcoin becomes a fully regulated thing. And even if it doesn't, every major serious central bank is now looking extremely seriously at central bank digital currencies. So kind of the normalization of digital currencies, particularly in a world where trade patterns are retrenching, there's a move away from globalization. There is going to be a very interesting opportunity for any central bank that's first to market with a fully tradable, fully international digital currency, and so I think ultimately all of those things sort of boil down to what you might call during this year the kind of realization of what the internet of money really means, and I think that's where we will see we will as consumers, not just as business people, we will start to understand fully that money really is no longer a metal coin or a piece of paper.
Yeah. And in terms of your opinion on that, Andrew, I noticed you nodding your head as Simon mentioned that Bitcoin will be taking over this year. So let's hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think I mentioned in the last quarter summit that this is going to be a crazy year for cryptocurrency, specifically Bitcoin. And like Simon said, it's not a matter of being a prophet. It's more just, it's followed the same exact kind of boom and bust cycle since it started about a decade ago. And we're kind of in this next phase where a lot of the things that were getting hyped in the last bull run of 2017, 2018 are now actually built. And so we're now just, ready to enter into that next phase. And there's this kind of mature, decentralized finance ecosystem that's being built on top of platforms like Ethereum and Stellar that provides, loan services, market making, derivatives, all sorts of kind of, centralized services that are now, built within these protocols. So 2021 is going to be a super crazy year, especially once China fully rolls out their central bank digital currency, and it's probably going to be fantastic, honestly. But I would say the other key thing to look out for this year specifically, in my mind, is the creator economy. I know a lot of us on this call and just in this space are super focused in and dialed in on, VC, Silicon Valley, high growth tech companies. But that's not necessarily the answer for every single economy. The new kind of creator economy that's emerging as a result of COVID, because everybody's now in front of their laptop and actually engage with it, being a podcaster, being, a content creator wasn't necessarily a viable, it's hard to land a business model to that, even if you have kind of a niche, highly engaged audience. from maybe 2015 up until last year, it was really tough for, you know, the quote unquote middle class of the creator economy to actually make a livable wage. But now that's kind of changing, and what we talked about, or what we've been talking about for a couple of decades now with Kevin Kelly's like 1,000 True Fans thesis is finally here. You can make a six-figure, you know, income on 1,000 fans. And there's all sorts of platforms now that are emerging, Mighty Networks, Circle, whatever that may be, that allows you to kind of put out a podcast, put out a blog, get 1,000 fans, get them into a private community, and actually make a living off that, about what you're passionate about. And so I think the creator economy is going to be the biggest thing over the next couple of years for most people, because like this kind of VC-backed startup game is for a very small number of people. It takes a very specific temperament to be able to run one of those type of companies. So I would really think about, as ecosystem builders, you know, how can we support the creator economy, the freelancer economy, and kind of the maybe more practical, down to earth ways to create jobs this decade.
Yeah, and to put that question onto Alain, actually, you know, how, in your opinion, how can we support the creator economy and, you know, help build the jobs over the next decade?
Yeah, no, I really like what you're saying, Andrew. I think it's definitely true that there's more opportunities, right, for people in this whole new way of working to create content, to create maybe online businesses, and you know, start, you know, creating new value. I mean, one of the things, for example, that we are also looking at is to support, for example, like patient entrepreneurs, right? So these are like really individuals that have an idea about their health, and of course they have a disease, right? So they know best like what they need, and actually, rather of we inventing something for them, actually asking, you know, the patient entrepreneur, like, what do you need? What do you really see that is helping you? So it's actually turning it around, right? So, you know, more from the entrepreneurship side, from a patient or an individual. So I think this is a great thing, maybe to also look for, that's going to happen. I mean, for me, I also see that, you know, due to COVID-19, of course, maybe it's also easier to connect globally or regionally. So I think one of the challenges, of course, is everything is virtual and you cannot go to conferences and, you know, face-to-face gatherings. But it's much easier maybe to connect with different countries or even people in completely different regions. So also for startups or entrepreneurs, I think it's easier maybe to connect to the global ecosystem and not only focus on their local ecosystem where they're working, you know, where they meet the people. So I think there's a huge opportunity to, because of this whole virtual working, to connect much more globally with investors, with people that have a similar interest or mindset. So I think that's will definitely help what Andrew was saying, right? That you really can create new business models and even new companies out of this.
Yeah, and like further to that, you know, you touched slightly on the fact that COVID is going to change the way we look in terms of ecosystems and looking at ecosystems by region. But in terms of looking at different locations and regions in the world, you know, where do you guys think that particular regions will grow substantially over the next year? And I'd like to bring the question first to Andrew, because I know you've done a bit of a podcast series on the Arab world. Maybe you could tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, well, that's exactly it. My answer was going to be basically, you know, the Gulf region, UAE, Israel, because of the economic normalization that's happening between Israel, Bahrain, Morocco, UAE. Markets are certainly open up. I mean, Middle East, most of the world besides US and China face the problem of market fragmentation. I think it's a little bit easier now in this decade, specifically in the Arab world, just because cultures are more similar than they are between Europe or Africa. And so I think with the economic normalization, Israel becomes a place where there's still a good amount of VC, there's still a lot of innovation coming out of there, but then, you know, the market size is just so small that they typically will build the MVP and then launch in the US, launch in Europe, launch in Canada. Whereas now they kind of, this cross-regional Levant to Gulf region is opening up. So I think you're going to see more and more companies that start in Israel, but then start to scale to UAE, use that as a hub into the rest of the Arab world, maybe as a hub into Asia as well. For me, I have considered uprooting to UAE. The problem is time zone differences. It's tough for me to interface with West Coast US while being based in Dubai. I think it's 12 hours ahead. But Dubai, UAE, and probably Saudi Arabia too. It's gonna be a really, really big couple years for them.
Yeah, in terms of for you, Simon, in regard to that, and especially you guys at Findexable, you've done the fintech rankings recently.
Yeah.
And it'd be interesting to hear about some of the lessons you've learned based on that, and also, you know, comparing that to what Andrew mentioned in terms of development in the Arab world and the UAE.
Yeah, well, I think you know you have to follow the numbers when it comes to financial services activity. The thing of fintech is that it sort of lowers the cost to serve, so the ability to serve more customers, to get to improve access to financial services. Well, the Arab world has one of the lowest rates of financial inclusion globally. It also has a high birth rate, and one can attribute that also to Africa as a whole. A very high birth rate. Within 20 years, I think Nigeria will give birth to sort of possibly. I think it's half of all babies will be born in Africa, I think within 20 years or something crazy like that. So I think you're going to see these I think certainly those two regions. You've also got the regional common economic partnerships, as well as the Africa Free Trade Agreement signed in the last 12 months. So we're going to start to see a lot more regional integration in Africa, Southeast Asia. So there are going to be opportunities. Southeast Asia as a fintech marketplace already. Presumably that's going to, we're going to see a lot more exciting things happening over there. And I think this whole concept that you were talking a minute ago about enabling the creator economy. Well, I think ultimately that comes down to access to finance. And the problem with the VC market is that it's very much an analog marketplace still. Actually, our focus, what we want to do is really to digitize access to opportunities, to make it easier to find these companies, for the companies to be able to promote themselves better, and therefore for the investors to be able to analyze these companies so that you can see, you can more easily compare a company in one location, no matter where it might be, with a peer in a totally different location. And that's really what's needed if you want to enable drive the digital creator independent economy. That can only happen by digitizing access to finance, and relating to what some of the people are asking on the chat. It also implies improving the data quality around these firms. So yeah, there are some sort of fascinating sort of things to happen, and certainly emerging markets are the place to be for this. Providing one can get more data on the firms and find these firms in these locations.
For you, Alain, in terms of your interest in regional areas and what's currently working for you guys at Roche and ecosystems that are under your interest at the moment, could you expand on that?
Yeah, so I think for us also more the emerging markets, right? Like, I mean, Africa was being mentioned, or Asia, of course, very important. I mean, we're heavily investing also in expanding in China and building up more workforces there. So I would say, of course, Asia, of course, is very critical for us. But I think also if I'm looking at, for example, Africa or other Asian countries, it's easier maybe to experiment, certain like new technologies. For example, new supply chain. I mean, we're doing some experiments with supply chain and also, tracking of health or collecting healthcare data. And this is much easier, outside of Europe or US, because we have so many regulations in Europe and US to actually do that, right? It's very difficult to try out these new models in those countries.
Yeah.
So I think definitely like Africa, Asia, we're definitely investing a lot, or also trying out like new technologies in those countries. I mean, that said, one of the big things for us is really to have a different digital customer experience, right? So think somebody was asking about AI and these kind of things. So we're really trying to create like a new interface, with doctors or with patients. And of course, we have been speaking about this for many years, but I think this year we will see more and more tangible examples, like really digital platforms for doctors, for patients, where they can really, for example, do the diagnosis for the oncologist, for example, so really have the access to the diagnostic information and even have access to information about our drugs, etc. Or even more collecting data from patients, because we have to do more remote clinical trials. So we have to also have those tools that go with this. And I think in the past we were maybe exploring it, but there was less maybe an urgency, whereas now, because of COVID-19, we have this urgency that we need to roll out these solutions faster. So yeah, I think this digital customer experience, that's going to be a very big thing also for healthcare.
Yeah.
Yeah, Simon, you were nodding and agreeing on, and do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the AI one is, data. Someone's asked what's next for AI and big data. Well, I think Alain, you explained it, especially when it comes to healthcare. Data is everything, and we're certainly seeing that with the pandemic. Anyway, from our side, financial services, well, it's only going to, you're only going to be able to improve access to financial services if the data gets better, and improve access for those companies to succeed in the first place if, again, the data gets better. And when it comes to AI, certainly within most industries, and certainly within financial services, yes, AI is going to be, it's very important. But I think one can look at it from two sides. On the one hand, the only way that you can succeed with AI is thinking very carefully about the business model in the first place. What is the blend between human and robot, man and machine, woman and machine within a company? What is the problem that's being solved? And then, of course, you have to think, and this does play into the data argument as well. You've also got to think that regulators are starting to look very carefully at deployment of automated technology, because they want to be sure that firms are clear on the way the decisions are being taken. So, for example, the great thing about new algorithms is that there are companies based in Israel, based in other places, that are coming up with new algorithms to make it easier for people to get access to finance, to borrow money. Well, that's a great thing on the one hand, but on the other, what is the decisioning that goes behind that? How much human intervention is there to ensure that the stuff is being, money is being lent on sound principles, or that it's being lent fairly, or that it's not, or that justification isn't being made to get people into debt that much more quickly. And of course, if companies are working in emerging regions where there's a greater proportion of the populations living in poverty, that becomes a really fundamental human issue. So yes, big data is absolutely critical to enabling the future, as is AI. But when it comes to AI, I think an innovative firm can only succeed with AI if it's thought very carefully about this sort of, as I say, this sort of blend or border or blurring between the man and the machine, to make sure that the decisions are clearly made, or that efforts are being taken to remove usually unintended biases.
Andrew, how do you think that big data and AI will affect the world of the next year?
Okay, I'm going to take that question in a different direction.
Okay.
So yeah, we talk, and as you know, on my podcast, we've gone super deep on startup ecosystems and emerging and frontier markets. And most of the conversations we're having, and most of the people I bring on, are doing something in either fintech or AI. The problem with giving someone in extreme poverty financials, like access to a mobile device and like a mobile wallet, the problem is they're still in extreme poverty. Now they just have this mobile device. So one specific area that I think doesn't get that much attention, that we all should be talking about much more, is 3D printing. Because once we're able to get the construction of a home down to somewhat close to zero marginal cost, that is something that can bring abundance in the material world to people in extreme poverty. And there are some startups that are working on that technology. Probably not as much as would be ideal, but I think when you think about what can automation and AI actually do for us, I think it needs to be beyond financial services for sure. But we need to be thinking about when it comes to food, when it comes to housing, when it comes to kind of the physical world, how can we bridge and enter a zero marginal cost society to bring physical abundance outside of just software? That's something that's super crucial for 2020 because the technology is finally here. Like if you look at Icon is one 3D printing company. There's another one out in Spain, blanking on the name. They're based in Malaga. But yeah, so those technologies are things that I think are the most important things that we all need to be talking about that we're not.
Yeah, maybe if I can add something as well. So I do, believe AI, of course, has been, a trend, and I think from an operational excellence point of view, right? I mean, in the company, you can of course introduce automation, AI in production, supply chain, like these kind of things. This is of course also what we're trying to do at Roche, right? To really, automate our processes, maybe less manual work across all the different functions. But then, of course, with the customer, when it comes to the customer or new services that are relying on AI, I think the customer needs to also be willing to take up these services, right? So if I speak about oncologists or doctors, I mean, there needs to be a reason why they want to buy these services, right? So we have to take the capabilities to do this, but there needs to be an appetite. So I think maybe through COVID-19, there's maybe a higher appetite or maybe a higher push also in healthcare to take this up. But of course, again, it's also a change for the consumers or for the customers to actually get used to that, right? So I guess that's maybe the caveat, right? I mean, we have this technology, but of course, is the uptake by the customer really there? And for example, in healthcare, it has been very difficult until now, but maybe because of COVID-19, there will be an easier way to actually have AI type of, for example, clinical decision-making support, right? So we help physicians to take decisions on data, on healthcare data. Until now, this was very difficult. So we have already a product on the market since a few years, but it was difficult to get the customers buying into this. But maybe because due to the COVID-19, there will be a higher uptake of that.
Do you, back to you, Alain, do you see, how do you see entrepreneurs developing in the health space because of COVID? So where should they be innovating, and where do you see that innovation going in the next couple of years?
Yeah, so again, I think the clinical trial space, so everything from remote virtual clinical trials, patient-reported outcomes, so collecting data from patients, making it easier for patients and physicians to actually collect that data. I think that's really critical. Of course, everything with regards to, for example, in supply chain, we are innovating a lot, right? And also in the production space, using sensors, fully automated production systems. You can track the product in each hospital, like how much medication is in X hospital. Do we need to reship new medications? So all of that is quite an interesting field. And I would also maybe say within everything that's related to supporting physicians in the clinical decision-making support, genomic analysis, data interpretation, because there's so much huge amount of data. If you think about genomics or all the data that the physician has to deal with, there needs to be data interpretation, right? So helping them to make better clinical decisions, that will be a big part. And of course, the telehealth, right? Telehealth, the way we are connecting between physician, hospital, and the patient. These are the three things, right? So telehealth, clinical trials, and also supply chain and production automation.
Okay, cool. In terms of, so I'll bring the questions back outside of health tech for a second, and just to ask you all how you see the future of global ecosystems in the sense of, do you envision one global ecosystem, or do you envision, pockets of the internet, just like the one we see in China, where there's different versions of the internet for each geopolitical region? And I'll start that off with you, Sammy.
Thanks, Joshua. Yeah, I mean, you know, I think, you know, this, whatever one thinks of, you know, the sort of long-term impact of the pandemic, you know, there is, you know, combination of the pandemic and politics is forcing some sort of a retrenchment from globalization. It's not to say that globalization is over, because I don't think that can, you know, I don't think that clock can be wound back that far. But certainly you're seeing, you know, we are going to see much more regionalization, and you know, if, you know, back to, you know, Alain's sort of mentioning of supply chains, you know, supply chains have pivoted in most regions of the world because of this. You know, it may not be something that, you know, it may be that those supply chains sort of pivot back, but in many cases, you know, most countries are thinking of manufacturing at a, you know, manufacturing or supply chain at a kind of nation first level, and then they're thinking about the region. You know, Brexit and European Union aside, you know, we are now in a world where, you know, we've got blocks. You know, we're going to see much more kind of regional interactivity. You know, you'll have an Asia bloc, a Europe bloc, you know, potentially Middle East, Africa, depending on how fast Africa moves with its free trade agreement, and of course, you know, and Americas, which, you know, increasingly will look, you know, I suspect will start to look more pro Latin America integration than it will north and south. So yeah, I think we are going to see you know, increasing need for strong hubs in particular regions. But I don't, you know, it's anyone's guess really, because we're still in the middle of all of this. But I don't really think that globalization is over. It's just we're going to see a much more nuanced form of it. And I think, you know, a layer on top of this, you know, is that you know, technology now, you know, the success of it will really depend on all of our ability to make a diverse, climate-friendly industry or climate-friendly world. You know, there's 4 white guys here talking about technology, but actually, what technology has got to do, and the startup world and the ecosystems and regulators have got to do, is make sure that the technology companies start to look a lot more like the real world. You know, more women, more diverse in general, and of course, you know, look at the, you know, how they, you know, look at the relationship between technology and climate change and sustainability and the sustainable development goals, and you know, they will also play into this regionalization. Because clearly, you know, you know, globalization was pushed to its very limits by the beginning of last year, and you know, it's not you know, the way that the economy was running was clearly not sustainable. So, you know, I think that's where the ecosystems will start to play a very kind of important role.
Are you, Andrew? Do you think globalization isn't over and we're going to see a more nuanced version? What do you think?
Yeah, nuance is probably the right word to describe where we're going. I mean, the good thing about this past decade is we've just brought so much of the world out of extreme poverty that we have a lot more minds just like online now to solve problems. I'm not too like, I actually have, I guess, a contrarian view to climate change. I think it's like, I think we're going to solve it, you know, over the next decade or so. I think technology, you know, we've hit that kind of part of the exponent where this decade is going to be really, really interesting. When it comes to how COVID has changed things and will change things, I just think we're all just going to be more spread out. Like I've been, you know, living in Washington, D.C. for 5 years, and, you know, COVID hit, the whole city shut down. It was a ghost town, boarded up, can't have meetings, can't do events. So now I'm in the mountains, and I don't plan on leaving anytime soon. I love it here. I have a hot tub. You know, I have fast Wi-Fi. There's no reason for me not to be here. And so I think we're going to start to see more of that. I've found specifically with like working with a leadership team or like A players, like doing this over Zoom is actually more productive. It's a little bit harder to like manage large distributed teams, especially when everyone's in different time zones. But I've actually had a much more productivity with myself and my small team ever since COVID started. I think localism is probably a good thing in certain areas of the supply chain, especially when it comes to food. Like, I think we all should be focused on growing and supporting local farmers. Your food's gonna be much fresher, probably more nutrients than, you know, getting it shipped over from halfway across the world. So I think there are specific aspects of the supply chain where it's actually super good that there's trends in localism. And I think that once the vaccine starts getting rolled out, it's just going to start getting somewhat back to normal, but we're going to find ways of living, you know, that we discovered during quarantine, like, you know, not doing so many meetings in person, is going to just be a more efficient way of working and living. So yeah, I'm pretty positive about where we're going this next decade.
Bring that over to you, Alain, especially with Andrew mentioning the vaccine at the end there as well. How do you think that that will affect how startup ecosystems, you know, recover from COVID, and how we continue to grow from there?
Yeah, no, I think getting back to the new normal, right, or to a more like stable situation. I agree with what Simon and Andrew was saying as well, right? I believe in this more regional model. I also think there will be more focus on sustainable development goals and you know, creating a sustainable society, etc. I think people maybe will be focusing after the crisis on themselves first, right? At a local level, at a country level, because what has happened in our country, how can we rebuild healthcare, education, all, you know, the whole economy at the local level. So they will be probably focused for maybe a few years on themselves. But that said, I think you can also not stop what has happened, right? So what has happened is like, we explored this whole, you know, virtual working, connecting with people all, you know, all across the world. So there will be, of course, in parallel, even if countries are focusing on themselves, like people like we are doing now, connecting across borders, thinking about, you know, innovations, investments. And I think one of the things I hope is going to change in the next decade is that we really get also like somehow global currency, right? Like this, you know, if, you know, Bitcoin or blockchain will be really there, that you can also do easily investments across borders without losing money. So it becomes really accessible for the normal population as well. So not only for the, you know, super rich that can do this, but really like for normal people to, you know, make investments in different countries using such a Bitcoin technology. So that is really hopeful. But I guess we, in the first few years, will be more focused, at the national level, at every country is trying to solve their own issues. But definitely the vaccine, I think it will help to get things back to normal. Of course, it will take some time, right? I mean, I guess at least for the next 1.5, 2 years, we will be still living in a situation. Sometimes you have to be, you know, in lockdown. I mean, people need to be revaccinated, because it's not that you are vaccinated once and then it's over, right? You need to have maybe once per year or even twice per year. So I think it's, I think it will definitely take 1.5, 2 years before we're completely out of the whole COVID lockdown situation. And then, of course, again, maybe focus internally on the countries first, and then in parallel, there will be, of course, some exciting things happening around innovation and entrepreneurship. But definitely, it will not be an easy time, I think, right? But there will also be some, I think, new ecosystems arising, right? Like global ecosystems or regional ecosystems. I think they will arise, and I mean, you can do it all virtual, right? I mean, I believe, I mean, we work fully virtual every day, and I mean, this is also saving money, right? For companies, for systems. I mean, you don't have to travel every time for a meeting, so I think there's a huge benefit, of course, you know, for society, right? I mean, less pollution, less travel, but also for yourself. You don't lose time in, you know, going to a meeting for 2 hours and then going back, and right. So I think there's a lot of benefit of this. So yeah, the new normal, it's gonna come. It's already here, right? It's already forming, but I think it will be exciting. I'm also with Andrew and Simon. I think it will be a really exciting time, and we definitely will see some big changes in society.
I have a question.
The positive thing is you can
healthcare.
Go ahead, Simon.
Sorry, Andrew. You know, I mean, the challenge with the whole vaccine thing is, you know, once again, you know, the rich world has sort of dominated. Well, has had the money to spend on vaccines. And of course, you know, that's all well and good if people stay at home, but in reality, everybody wants to go out and start traveling again. So do you think, within healthcare, within big pharmaceutical, I mean, there is going to be a shift, isn't there? I would say, what the repercussions of this, ideally, we're going to see something like a new Marshall Plan, where healthcare, quality of life, it takes sort of center stage, and ideally countries to start to work together to enable that. Where do you think that leaves sort of healthcare and healthcare innovation? And do you think there's going to be more kind of nationalization of healthcare provision or healthcare innovation or pharmaceutical activity?
Well, it's a very big question, right? I mean, I do believe, of course, I mean, the vaccine, it will be, part of the answer, but there will be also maybe other medications coming, right, that are maybe dampening the effects, of COVID. So really people that are sick that, that can be helped with some treatment. So yeah, I mean, to your question, right? You're saying like if we're going to focus more on the national level with healthcare or with pharmaceutical.
Well, I'm just thinking, what is the role in what do you think the role should be or will be of big big pharmaceuticals and private healthcare companies in driving better healthcare globally? Because at the moment we do have this unfortunate system where a handful of big pharma has created the vaccine. Quite rightly, they want to make money out of that. They've sold to the highest bidder, but that doesn't actually solve the problem because people still want to move around. And it's all very well if Israel and the UK and the US or Western Europe as a whole have got access to the vaccine, but then that still means that much of the world hasn't possibly or won't for some time. And therefore, the kind of the resumption of kind of normal activity isn't possible. And I wonder if there's if you feel that there's sort of likely to be some sort of Marshall Plan at the level of healthcare.
Yeah, I think probably like the local governments, they will force these companies that invented these drugs to also give maybe free some of their patents, right, so that it can be produced by others and in multiple countries. But it's also not possible for one company. I mean, for example, we are working with Moderna, right? So we support them with the production and develop, but like one company cannot produce for the whole world, right? So in the end, they need to let go, some of these, I guess, exclusivity or, right? So I think you will be forced even by countries, if you want to gain access to their country, that you maybe have to let go of certain of, some of these things, right? So I think, yeah, there will be a force, I guess, from the political side to actually make it accessible for everybody, right? Because it's of course not possible that one company holds all that information and knowledge and other countries cannot get access to it. So I think it's there will be a push, WHO or even from local governments to actually do that. And I think it's good, right? I mean, we also have a responsibility, right? I mean, of course, as a pharmaceutical industry, we make money, of course, out of health, etc. But in such a crisis, you also need to give back, right? So I remember in the beginning of the crisis, there were some countries that needed, for example, diagnostic testing, and so we also shipped, diagnostic tests to some countries. Even they couldn't pay for everything, right? So there has been, of course, some, I would say, social responsibility of the industry, and I think this is needed, right? I mean, we're in a crisis, so I think it's not a business as usual.
We're going to start the next panel shortly, but before we do, Andrew, I'd love to hear your comments on that as well, just before we finish.
Sorry, comments on what?
The previous question. You were going to speak previously just about in regards to COVID and the effects it's going to have.
Oh, well, I think I already answered that. But before, I was just going to tell a joke right after Alan. But okay. Timing's off now, so what do we do?
Okay, fair enough. Maybe the joke won't work now. Okay. Exactly. Okay, no worries, guys. Well, thank you very much. It's been a really interesting panel. Thank you for your attendance today, and all the best. Speak to you soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Shortly, we will be starting the panel on ecosystem development in rural cities and developing countries. And shortly after that, at 2 p.m. London, we will be having the second pitching event of the day. That pitching event will feature Switzerland, Kyiv, or ecosystem developers from Switzerland, Kyiv, Peru, Brampton, Montreal, and Basel. So I'm just going to bring back Ellie for the panel.
So,
and I'll just add on the panelists for the next panel.
So hello everyone, and to everyone that's just joining us, welcome to the second edition of StartupBlink's Ecosystem Summit. I'm Katrine, I'm the Partnerships Manager of StartupBlink. And this session will be about ecosystem development in developing countries and smaller cities. So for this panel, we will have participants from ecosystem developers and from all over the world. So I will just be promoting them. So for this panel, we have four people joining, four ecosystem developers joining us. So if you have any questions from the audience, feel free to chat, put it on the chat or in the Q&A, and we'll be glad to answer it during the discussion. So while I'm promoting everyone as a panelist, maybe we can go around and introduce ourselves. So Dominique, why don't you start?
Hello, I'm Dominique Piotet. I'm French and American, and I live in Kyiv, in Ukraine. I'm the CEO of Unit City.
Nice to have you here, Dominique. Next, Milton.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good night, everyone. I'm Milton Cabral from Cabo Verde, a small country in West Africa. I'm the project manager for the Cabo Verde Digital Initiatives. That is an initiative to boost the local innovation ecosystem for startups.
Next, Solomon, good morning.
Hello, everyone. Good morning from me here from Washington, D.C. I'm Ethiopian American based in D.C. and also Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, the capital city of Ethiopia. I'm a TV personality, a producer and host of a weekly tech and science show, and also a tech consultant and a strategist, and recently just launched a startup studio called 1888 EC based in Addis Ababa and also in Washington, D.C., but mainly to serve Ethiopian domain. Thanks.
Thank you, Solomon. And hi, Isabela. Good morning. Introduce yourself as well. We can't hear you, I think. We don't hear you. Hello? Hi, Isabela. No, we can't hear you. Okay, so yes.
Great. Good morning, everybody. I'm Isabela Echeverry. I'm the Director of Entrepreneurship and Innovation at the Cali Chamber of Commerce in Colombia. We've been running development programming for about 50 years or so. However, this unit, the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Unit, was just launched about 6 years ago. We were launched in order to start the startup ecosystem here, to ignite it, launch mentor networks, accelerator programs, scale-up programming, as well as investor networks. So we've been running this for about 6 years. We have become quite successful nationally, to the point that the national agency Impulsa is already looking to do transfer programs and like having us do transfer methodologies with them. So it is quite exciting. So happy to be here. Thank you, Eli, for inviting us, and thank you, StartupBlink.
Welcome, everyone. So we can move on to our first question. So first question is for everyone. What challenges do developing ecosystems and small ecosystems face when building a startup ecosystem? So maybe we can start with Solomon for this.
Sure. Yeah, that is a great question too. A good starter. I think, in my opinion, there are so many layers of issues when it comes to developing country, where digital transformation, is not realized in good level capacity, from support organizations and from corporate kind of venture culture, because big companies are not existing, especially for my country of origin, Ethiopia. So that lack of presence of corporate collaboration is a huge issue. And some of it is like the feed between institutions and the startup or the entrepreneurship world. So maybe a lack of like R&D, or kind of a relationship between like Silicon Valley and Stanford kind of environment is lacking. Other huge issue is funding, of course. And service providers and talent is also an issue. When I say talent is an issue, I'm not saying that there is no enough talent, but a tailored and a custom tailored talent that can understand a startup world and entrepreneurship, that fast kind of pace environment. The talent is not geared towards that. So that is another issue that I see. And then lack of mentorship as well, to cultivate this kind of culture. So because, if you think of developing world today, you can think of it like, where the developed world started about 40, 50 years ago, like the Silicon Valley is 50 years ago. Just think of it that way, but with added layers of issues. So we just starting. So that means to reach to where we need to go, there are a lot of layers that need to be in place. Some of the other things that I didn't mention is regulatory environment is another issue. I'm sure we're going to talk about it later on a kind of subsequent conversations, and the culture also, the collaborative culture, embracing new changes. When we talk about startups, in this 21st century, we're mainly talking about tech-based startups and knowledge-based ecosystem, digital economy. So that culture is not really in traction in developing countries, because the way of doing things, the norm is different. That very traditional, manual, doing the same things, the status quo is heavy. So when you are coming up with new ideas, the challenge is always there. Of course, depending on the demographics. For example, in Ethiopia, it's one of the most youth nation in Africa, in the world. Maybe average age in Ethiopia is 19. So that might not be an issue as much, but you see it from the policymakers, from businesses, and from financial institutions and many others. And the other big element is risk tolerance for startups, because there's a culture that quick return is really much needed. You build a hotel, or you build a factory, or you build a moms and pops shop in brick and mortar, you realize the return on investment, or you fail immediately. It's either or. But with startup ecosystem building, it takes time. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So that mindset is not there yet. So tolerance for risk and giving it space and time to grow is not there, and then something that is elusive, they can't touch it, they can't feel it. When you say, I have an idea in my mind and I'm developing an app, or whatever the case might be, people have a hard time understanding, because the culture was that you would show a land or a blueprint for a building, or a business plan for a grocery shop. It's kind of more tangible, versus this one is very intangible. So I think that culture is not there yet. So all this, a culmination of things making it hard for developing countries to embrace this startup ecosystem in a much needed speed. So that's what I would say, and then I'll pause here.
Thank you for that, Solomon. And Milton, maybe you can add something coming from a similar culture and ecosystem as well.
Sorry, Catherine, I lost the initial question. Please.
Yeah, so the first question was, what challenges do developing our small ecosystem face when building startups and startups?
Okay, thank you for the invitation, for having me here. Actually, I can share some experience about the implementation of the Cabo Verde digital initiatives. There is a very early initiatives. We launched it past year during the Web Summit. That basically is the translation of a very big willing of the government to promote the digital and the local tech startups as an engine for the country development. And our experience during these last 2 years, it's very positive, but very challenging, because it's a kind of creating a critical mass first, and then putting this critical mass producing results. And this action to creating critical mass in our reality, we are implementing it through some key program. We call it a flagship program. One, it's a kind of early stage startups pre-incubation program that basically we aim to put the young girls and boys in the level of readiness that we want, much in the mindset, in the thinking matrix than in the technological aspects, because we do believe that the innovation and technology is a social process and not an end by itself. So this program, Bolsa Cabo Verde Digital, that's the brand that we use for this program. Basically, we pre-incubate 15 young boys and girls with financial support and capacity building program to put them to focus in what's really matter, that is the development of their projects. And we have 2 more programs also in the field of conversion, normal peoples, let me say in these words, to coders, in order to respond to the demand that we have here in Cape Verde, as a very small country, where the state or the public machine is the main buyer, let me say in this word, and also to respond to the global demand of high tech skilled persons. Another program that we have, that we also run, we call it Reinventa. That's a program that raised up during the pandemic, the start of the pandemic situation in Cape Verde. That basically it's a kind of open innovation program that we, by the first moment, we map the gaps in the vertical. We started with the tourism vertical, and then we launch a call for solution, and then we make a hackathon. And all these 3 flagship program, I mentioned it to say that we felt that the big challenge is in the mindset. It's to put the decision makers and also the development community in the same mindset and with the same awareness of the potential that technology can represent to the country and to the development. And all these supported, of course, by a big willing of the government. I do believe that's a key aspect. We have to have the proper support of the local government in order to put in place key assets to support these community, these entrepreneurs in developing their projects. So thank you.
Dominique, how about in Ukraine, like being in Europe and surrounded by all these more established ecosystems? What are the main challenges that Ukraine is facing as a growing ecosystem?
Well, thank you. That's a very interesting and deep questions. I think we all face a lot of challenges. One of the few things I would like to mention first, I come from Silicon Valley. I mean, I've been living in Silicon Valley in San Francisco for 17 years. It's an ecosystem I know very well. And arriving in Ukraine, I quickly understood that copying is not an option. I think we have to be really clear on that. We are all, of course, very attracted by Silicon Valley. We see something that we think is a model, and in fact, it's not a model. It doesn't make any sense to try or to want to duplicate Silicon Valley. It's a very unique place. It should stay very unique. I actually think that if a government of a country or a place wants to duplicate Silicon Valley, that would be a huge failure. That might even be dangerous. So my recommendation is, let's be inspired by Silicon Valley, let's learn from Silicon Valley, and let's try to figure out what works for us. I like to refer at Silicon Valley as a mindset more than a model. And I think the mindset of Silicon Valley is what is interesting. Now, if I look at the bigger picture, that will apply pretty well to Ukraine, actually. What you need to develop a good tech ecosystem is basically three things. You need talent, you need the people. Without the people, there's nothing you can do. You cannot imagine them, you cannot invent them, you can attract them, which is, by the way, what Silicon Valley has been doing for years and years and years and years. 50% of the entrepreneurs of Silicon Valley are non-American. And we always forget that, but if you're not able to attract talent, then you have an issue. But once again, in Ukraine, for example, we are lucky. Because we have extremely good, strong tech talent. And it's not new, it's historical, and actually takes a lot of time to build those technical talents. But not many people know, but the helicopter has been invented in Ukraine. And we have tons of those inventions, and we have really good university, really good, strong tech talent. The second thing is something that most of us are lacking is money. If you don't have funding, if you don't have money, then you're not going to create an ecosystem. And actually, when you look at all the money there is in Silicon Valley, you understand that that's one of the key elements. And not only you need money, but you need to have a specific type of money, that is money that you're ready to lose, which is a huge luxury in most of our countries. We don't have the luxury to have money that we're ready to lose. We need the small amount of money we have to bring us return or to be efficient, to help us bring schools, roads. So investing in startup, which is a very risky business, is something difficult, but we need that money. So we need that funding, and sometimes that funding can come from government, which is always very useful. We have that in Ukraine. We have the Ukrainian Startup Fund, but it's not enough. So we need to attract investors. We need to attract funds. We need to develop a culture of venture investing. We are at the beginning of that in Ukraine. I think like most of all of us, this is something we're looking for, that specific type of money that investors are ready to lose. And then we need a third thing, and that is probably the most difficult, and we already mentioned this, is a mindset, a culture of innovation. That's one of the most difficult things, because you don't invent that mindset. You don't say, oh, we are all going to be cool, wear hoodies, have flip-flops and shorts, and then we're going to be Silicon Valley. Well, guess what? With the weather we have in Ukraine, it doesn't work. So, and if I'm saying this, I'm not just saying this as a joke, because I think for me, coming from Silicon Valley, was the most interesting and challenging thing is how do we create a mindset of, as Milton mentioned, of collaboration, of making people work together, of failure is acceptable, for example, because that's what you do in innovation. You have to fail to sometimes succeed. And that is the most difficult part. So what we do at Unicity, for example, we have a lot of events. We bring people together, we share. We have schools. We help people not only code, but we also have a business school to help people with their soft skills. We create clubs of people working together. So I think this third challenge to me is the most difficult one, because talent you can get, money you can find, it's hard, but you can. But mindset is something you have to create. One of the things we have in Ukraine that is actually, I think, extremely interesting is we're used to crisis. Every 5 years, we have a crisis. Every 5 year, we have a revolution or a change of government that is a little bit complicated, or we become independent, or we have the coronavirus. So we are resilient. And this is one of the key elements you need when you want to create an ecosystem of innovation, is you have to be resilient, because failure is probably one of the things that will happen. And I think this is one of the beauty of this country, is we have developed a very strong, resilient mindset. And I think, to me, that's my key takeaway, is we have to build on that. And one of the challenge too is you have to build on what you have. You have to build on who you are as a country, as a community, to be innovative. So that would be my take on your question.
Thank you, Dominique. Isabela, it's very unique because the rest of the panel is actually representing a country, and you're the only one that's representing a city. So maybe you can give us challenges that non-capital cities face when building an ecosystem and a hub for themselves.
Great, Katrin. Actually, I would say that I pretty much agree with much of what Solomon, Milton, and Dominique have said, but maybe I can give you a more specific example. In terms of developing ecosystems, our greatest problem has to do with, mindset development, when you actually don't have enough talent to retain and to do that, because mindset development actually takes a long time. Creating a culture of innovation, creating a culture of entrepreneurship, it could take 10 years, 15 years, a decade too. So one of our biggest challenges, and I was thinking, and actually all of you guys touched upon it, has to do with brain drain. So, and Dominique said it, Silicon Valley is a brain attractor. So they actually position their ecosystem so that everybody goes and builds their startup there. One of our greatest challenges in Cali, we're the third largest city in the country, has to do not even with brain drain outside of the country. It's brain drain within the country. So what has happened to us in the last 6 years is that one of the things that we decided when we started building this ecosystem was that we were actually going to become a little seedbed for new ecosystem developers. So we started, recruiting university graduates and students since they come out of their, when they do their internship, they usually start through the chamber, so that they actually start diving into what it means to work in the startup ecosystem, what it means to be an entrepreneur, even though we're, ecosystem developers. The fact that young people had the opportunity to work in accelerator programs or in scale-up programs with entrepreneurs made a whole difference. So I was talking to my boss the other day, the president here at the chamber, and I was telling him, the first time I went to recruit an intern for, one of my programs here, I had to beg them because Cali had no credibility in terms of having startups here, having scale-ups, about having investor networks, etc. I had to beg people to come do their internship here. Today, we actually have over 200 applicants every semester who want one of the 4 spots that we have for this internship. So it's changed a bit, but the biggest issue that we have is that retention. So, we help, we select them, we identify them, they work with us, and what I want, ideally, what we want is for them to go into other ventures, either to companies, to help startups, to help scale-ups. But my biggest issue right now is the brain drain. That's, they're jumping internationally, they're jumping to Bogota, they're getting pulled out of the city. So what I eventually expect and what we would want in terms of mindset development is that, sure, they can go, they should go get experience elsewhere and then bring it back. So having not only the brain drain, but also attracting and repatriating people. So one of the biggest issues a city, a third, city like Cali has, is repatriating talent. Today we have amazing entrepreneurs in Silicon Valley, in New York, in Madrid, elsewhere in the country, but one of the biggest challenges is having them come back. And the way that we have actually had them come back, in a sense, is that we help them reconnect with their local ecosystem through the diaspora networks that we have. So we have mentor networks, we have the investor networks. So they will not be present, often. However, we will create the opportunities for them to come and inspire and connect and start building those relationships abroad, which is particularly important in an ecosystem like this. So, brain drain is the biggest thing, and mindset development. So, however, what we think we've done is taking people from a very young age, inspire them, create them, mobilize them so that they fall in love with their local ecosystem, they can go abroad, and then eventually 10 years from now, whatever, after they gain a lot of experience, make a lot of money, bring it back. And then I finally would add what Dominique was saying was money. One of the biggest sure, we don't have the sort of money that the Silicon Valley has. However, these local ecosystems have money. We have rich families, bigger companies, corporations who are now starting to understand the opportunity that they have in terms when they invest in entrepreneurship. So one of the things we've been focusing on lately is have those groups of corporates, general managers understand the opportunity that they will have when they start doing corporate entrepreneurship. So we've moved quite a bit not just from working with angel investor networks, but also with corporations here. So that's a big opportunity. However, training people into understand that there is an opportunity in terms of investing in startups, in scale-ups, doing ventures with them. It takes a while in terms of changing that culture. But we're working towards that. But there's local money, not as much as there might be in other countries, but the things that we have to do is work on having people identify the opportunity. So that would be my answer, just complementing what Dominique, Solomon, and Milton have said.
Yeah, just to a follow-up question on that, Isabela, now that you're slowly, hopefully closing the gaps with Bogota and the other ecosystems in Colombia, what do you think are the specific programs that you did to maybe change the image? Like you mentioned before, you had to beg people to be an intern. Now there's so many applications. What are the specific programs maybe that you did to attract more people and to change the image of Cali in general?
Yeah. So I would say that we have tons of programming. So just in terms of how we're built, I work with startups, 3 months, 6 months, maybe $50,000 in sales. And I also work with corporations. So maybe $500 million in sales a year. I work with the corporations in terms of innovation. So there's programming throughout all the different stages of that growth. However, I would say that what actually worked for us was focusing on building the pipeline. So when we started working in Cali, we didn't have, a high impact or high growth accelerator program. So there were a couple prizes, but I'm like an anti-prize person. I don't like, contests to give out money for free. So what we started saying with telling entrepreneurs was that the best prize that they could get from the market was a client selling, a client purchase actually. So we had Budget, we launched that. The program is in its 8th, 9th version already. And we launched also a scale-up program called Budget Impacta. Both programs have had interns help them. We actually have interns going, be part of the support and the assistance of the group. Yes. However, both programs are very much into identifying the best entrepreneurs to accelerate so that they can become the future big companies of the region. Valle as an accelerator, and both programs actually have impact evaluations. We've been measuring impact since day one. Since 2015, we've had about 80 impact evaluations for Valle and for Valle Impacta. We know exactly how to select entrepreneurs, what sort of programming we should give them, and how that programming will have an impact against a control group. So those two programs have become absolutely important, not only regionally, but nationally, especially because of the impact evaluation. So because they are cost efficient. One of the biggest challenges for a startup ecosystem like in a third city like Cali is having funding to run accelerator programs. Like Solomon and Milton and Dominique will have that problem as well. So what we started doing was identifying the best way of running a program, a high impact, low cost program. So literally Valle cost us about $1,500 per entrepreneur, $1,500, very low. Valle Impacta, the scale-up program, runs about maybe $8,000 today. One of the things what we did with the scale-up program is we actually started asking entrepreneurs to pay, because it's a program, it's not full acceleration. We actually don't invest in them. We help them, we run the program with them. And what ended up happening is that Impulsa, the national agency, through the impact evaluations, identified that these low-cost programs had a lot of impact, because for each of them, for every dollar we invested in Valle entrepreneurs, in Valle startups, they would grow 11x. That's what we want against control group. For every dollar we spent in Valle Impacta for the scale-up program, they would grow 22x against the control group. So once you start having that, what we wanted, and literally one of the things that maybe I didn't mention before, we sort of divorced ourselves from the idea of having tons of unicorns. Like everybody's looking for the super famous and, mythical startup unicorn. That will happen. Colombia has Rappi. Colombia has Life Miles, which is a spin-off from Avianca, which doesn't really count. So what we decided is that maybe we don't want unicorns. Maybe we want, how do you call the big horses? Percherones, the big pool horses from the Finland and big, the bigger horses. We wanted this a long time, horses and companies that could take the economy for a while. So that's what we've been building. We're not looking for unicorns. We're looking for companies that will keep stable for 15, 20, 30 years. And maybe there might be spin-offs that will come. One of them might become a unicorn, right? So those two programs are quite interesting. And I'm actually happy and pleased to say that last week, we started seeing that Crunchbase has Valle Impacta as the number 2 startup accelerator program in Latin America. And Valle, which today is called Acelera Región, because the national agency started to fund it and they're taking it to other cities in the country, is the number 5 startup program in Latin America. So, and this is all done through impact evaluation. So that would be the 2 things we've invested in, not looking for unicorns, rather, long draw pool entrepreneurs and startups, knowing that if we build everything else, we recruit the talent, if we train it, if we create the connections with capital, if we make all the ecosystem components become stronger, then we might find a unicorn. But understanding that we're not just spending all our resources just on finding unicorns, because we want more, a bigger mass of startups growing in time.
Thank you, Isabela. Next question is for Solomon, just following up on the question on reforms and policies, now that Ethiopia is really changing its vision and its look at startups and startup ecosystem, how do you think this will affect Ethiopia as a growing hub growing ecosystem hub in the future. I think you're on mute, Solomon.
Unmuting might help. Thanks, Isabel, and everyone for insightful comments and insights. For Ethiopia, it's a little bit unique. I've been in the space for the past 9 years, as I said, as a TV host, as an influencer. Even though I'm based here in the States, I frequent to my country of origin to grassroots movement for tech and digital and everything. But my position was unique in such a way that I was able to achieve what I call bottom up and top down approach, because of my influence, I had access to policymakers and decision makers, and influencing that through my speaking engagement, my show, and I have a book, and I do panel keynote speaking and all of that. But also the TV show is helping me to engage 32 million viewers, mostly youth and college students, early careers, and entrepreneurs. So I'm trying to attack it from both, so that the culture can be there. Because for us, it's a magical leapfrogging is needed, because maybe many other countries, little things were happening here and there. Or for Ethiopia, this especially tech-based, knowledge-based, digital kind of ecosystem building is in an nascent stage. It's not that of a long age, very, very young. I have a proposition for Ethiopia why it's going to change very soon. But at this point, we are in talent development and business mentoring, and at that early stage. And even the ICT firms that are existing in Ethiopia, most of them are in computer importing, networking, and gadget related stuff, and not really what we call this tech-based kind of entrepreneurship. So for that purpose, I think it needs to do a policy push and also the culture change together. That's why I call top down and bottom up. But Ethiopia is in such a great position to be the next digital hub, arguably maybe sub-Saharan Africa, or at least in East Africa, because as you guys know, it's the second most populous nation in Africa. And as I said, median age in Ethiopia is 19.8. And mobile penetration is really, really encouraging. For the past 8 years, if I tell you this 8-year story, it's very inspiring. It was monopoly. It's one telecom operator right now. 2012, we had 0.2 million internet users. Today, we're talking about 24 million people using internet, good speed, good bandwidth, and a cheaper price. That's why penetration is increasing. But that's about to change in the next 5-6 months. 2 more operators are allowed in Ethiopia, there is an active bid going on in Ethiopia to have international telecom operator to come with 2 more licenses, so that there's going to be 3 operators in Ethiopia. And you can imagine how that connection and infrastructure piece is going to change tremendously, which has been one of the bottlenecks in Ethiopia. So that's going to change. The third one is the biggest element of all, in my opinion. The sleeping giant is waking up, as I would say, because the policymakers now, including the prime minister, is keen to digital transformation, tech and science-based economy. He himself was a science and technology minister a few years ago, so he understands it. He's subject matter expert in that regard. And many other ministers and sectoral kind of institutions are now jump-starting this digital transformation. We recently actually launched a 10-year digital transformation strategy that is law of kind of the land. And the next one is coming up to be a Startup Proclamation Act. And then I'm pushing more for a directive to be followed, so that all those 3 combinations, the population, the demographics, the infrastructure, developing, and the government is now championing this digital transformation, combined is going to make a huge difference. So I'm very hopeful for Ethiopia. As to me, what I'm doing with my 1888 EC, I wanted to approach, a kind of uniquely, I would call big bang, but it's not quite big bang, but something with a wider spectrum, right? That's why I chose studio. As you guys know, there is incubation, there's acceleration, there's angel, and many other, and VC and micro VC. VC culture is not existing in Ethiopia. Incubators, there are a few in Ethiopia, but that doesn't scale well. They are very, very critical elements for ecosystem building. but something that also takes to scale. If there's accelerator, that would complement. But in Ethiopia, these kind of ecosystems are not existing. So that's why I picked the studio model for me, so that with shared infrastructure, shared resource, shared pool of money from ideation all the way to scale and exit, a studio model can support. We need many of that in Ethiopia. So with that, with top down, bottom up, the studio model, which have a wider spectrum. And now the government is now really championing for digital transformation infrastructure, getting better, and the youthful population hungry for digital transformation and digitization of the way you're doing things. I think with these 3 or 4 elements, I think that's how I see startup ecosystem is promising in Ethiopia in the next few years. Of course, it needs time, patience, and a lot of fuel burning, as Dominique said. There's going to be a lot of money that needs to be burned, and we just need to bring that understanding to the stakeholders. And one thing that I just came back from Ethiopia, just my experience here, that one thing I challenged the local institutions is that, yes, I can go for global partners and get some funding and then bring in grants, and I can do that. That's how I'm starting right now. But I was challenging them. There's enough resource within the country, so that it's just a little bit of a mindset shift, saying that, okay, let's support, you can call it social responsibility, you can call it corporate responsibility, whatever you want to call it, but support this kind of initiative, so that the telecoms and the banks and even private sector, now the public sector is also becoming on board. I challenge them, saying that let's manage a tech fund together, public-private partnership. You give something X amount of money, I will match it. I will beg people, I will do whatever I can do, I will match that. So that kind of collaboration, public-private inland resource, is something that can push the agenda further, while the global partnership is also extremely, extremely important. Yeah.
Thank you, Solomon. The next question is for Dominique. So Dominique, it seems that Ukraine really has 2 economies. Like, they have a growing regular economy, like traditional one, and they also have a growing startup ecosystem that's also transforming itself into a hub. So how did it happen, and what do you think will be the effect of this phenomenon?
Well, I mean, I think it happened because we have that pool of extremely talented tech talent. It also happened, and it's interesting. We mentioned Isabela mentioned that before, because of our diaspora. Very talented Ukrainian decided to move to Silicon Valley and decided to create companies. Some of them are very well known. Grammarly, WhatsApp has been the co-founder of WhatsApp is Ukrainian. And so we started to have those role model being successful in Silicon Valley and elsewhere, and that kind of sparkles down. That brings the dream back home. Of course, the brain drain is a huge issue. Actually, that is something that you need city strength to solve, to create the platform so talented people can say, well, I can stay home instead of moving abroad. However, this diaspora of people who left Ukraine, some of them coming back. We have a very successful company, PetCube. All the founders decided to come back from San Francisco here in Ukraine, where they have their R&D. And so I think that's. I mean, that's always something I say about innovation ecosystem. Every innovation ecosystem, when you think about it, is extremely small. Think about Silicon Valley. It's a very small space. San Francisco is 800,000 people. Silicon Valley is about 4 million people. It's very small. Think about Israel, think about Tel Aviv. It's fairly small. And so, in fact, effective innovation ecosystems are a pretty small network of people. Those network of people need to be connected. And they need to be connected to other tech ecosystem because of the lack of talent, because of the funding, because of the R&D, because of the ideation. And I think when you have those connections, then things happen. And I think that's what we see in Ukraine. We have really good connection with Silicon Valley. We have really good connection with the diaspora. And this diaspora is starting to be willing to give back. And I think that idea of we need to give back, whether it's because I'm investing money time, mentorship, whether it's because I'm coming back, whether it's because I'm supporting, is a very important thing. So once you start to have those success stories, and when you start to be able to build around them, then you start to have something very interesting. To me, a very interesting model is Estonia, which is almost one of our neighbor in Ukraine. Estonia started because of Skype. Nobody knows really that Skype is an Estonian company. Actually, nobody cares. It doesn't matter. But what matters is the founder of Skype remember that they are Estonian, that they are from Estonia, and they gave back to Estonia, and they started creating that amazing ecosystem that make Estonia what it is today, an extremely powerful digital country, even though it's very small. So I think that's what we start to see in Ukraine. I mean, there's a long way. We're definitely not there, but this is what we want to build. We want to build those connections, those links. I always tell people, when we talk about Unit City, which is the ecosystem we're building here, which is going to be one of the largest innovation park in Europe, more than 20,000 people. It's really a city. I always tell them, I don't want anybody to move to Unit City because they're looking for an office space. As well as you don't move to Silicon Valley because you're looking for an office space. It doesn't make sense. You're moving to Silicon Valley because you want the connection, because you want the ecosystem, because you want access. Well, I want to give that to people. So when they decide to move to Unit City or to Addis Ababa or to Cabo Verde or to Cali, they do it because they have access to talent, to funding, to resources, to ideas, to a community. And I think it's extremely important. And I think this is what we're really trying to build.
Thank you, Dominique. And Milton, you mentioned a while ago that your politicians in Cape Verde are very involved in the startup ecosystem, and it's not really usual for small ecosystems for politicians to be involved. Most of them really rely on traditional economy, like the rest of the panel mentioned. So why do you think they're so involved, and how do you think you were able to really show them the benefits of having an ecosystem in Cape Verde?
Yeah, definitely. I do believe we have lucky to have Secretary of States for Innovation and Digital Economy. That is the young person with a very fresh mindset, and have the power to persuade and to influence the structure, the governmental structure for this journey. I'm talking about Pedro Lopes. Pedro Lopes, it is the Secretary of State for Innovation and Digital Economy of Cape Verde, and he are making amazing job pushing this digital journey forward, both to the community, but also to the government side. He actually have a very, very close relationship with the community, a kind of very accessible person, and easily to talk. So I do believe having a very young person in this scenario are contributing to us to get this initiative moving forward, get all this structure, governmental structure involved, and it is actually my belief that is the key point. But Cape Verde also is a very young country, and I do believe by this reason it's relatively easy to connect to the ecosystem, to connect people, to connect to the policymakers, and to deliver proposals and solutions. And we are actually making this journey by this very short time. As I told, Cabo Verde Digital have only 2 years of life, and our first mission, it is creating this critical mass, putting everyone in a community, connecting everyone through different initiatives that can easily put people to share initiatives, both in terms of technical skills, but also in terms of business skills. So my conviction, it's having a person with this profile, young and with a very passion to move forward the digital economy in Cape Verde, with a very strong belief in the young generation. It is critical to also involve all the government structure to move forward with this agenda.
Thank you, Milton. I think the final question for everyone. We talked about the challenges and the disadvantages of being a small and of developing economy ecosystem. But what do you think are the advantages, and how can politicians, public sector, and ecosystem developers leverage on this advantage to make the ecosystem grow? So maybe we can start with Solomon.
Yeah, I think it's no-brainer. The first thing we can say is, it's an emerging market, right? So it's a huge untapped potential, high risk, but high return. So there's a lot to be done, as I said, given the demographics and the kind of population we can serve, for example, in Ethiopia, and knowing that how many of the things are already kind of digitized and that kind of solution is provided for the population, be it the government sector, be it the private, be it an ecosystem, be it in fintech and in many other fronts. And the agricultural sector is heavy in Ethiopia, as you guys know, and there is a lot to be modernized, and there's an untapped potential and opportunity for that to happen, be it precision farming and drone related, or AI, for data crunching and many other stuff. Really, I can just go on and on and on and on. From entertainment perspective, the streaming sector is totally untouched yet. So the advantage really for this kind of market, like Ethiopia and others, small developing economies, is that there's a lot to be done. It's just that penetration point. Once we get through that tiny hole, then the opportunity is huge, and then ultimately the goal is to reach to that critical mass. But we need those visionaries, in a highly entrepreneurial culture. The risk takers need to, as Dominique said, those are the small population that are leading the way, so that we can collectively achieve that critical mass. The prerequisite is that those people who are taking that risk and leading by example, hustling and all that. So it takes time. As I said earlier, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's not something that we will achieve tomorrow. We're going to have a lot of failures, so a lot of trials. That's why we need to be very, very agile, nimble, and MVP approach. That's how I'm trying to do it at the studio with the prototyping. But there is that one lack of feedback loop. The early adopters are lacking. People really want to come to your system once it's talk of the town, instead of saying, let me try it, right? So those are the challenges. But going back to your question again, the biggest advantage is that we are the first movers. Nothing is happening yet, or at least little is happening. So once we penetrate that risk, that challenge, I think the risk, the potential is just unimaginable.
Thank you, Solomon. Dominique, you mentioned a while ago that a great advantage of the Ukrainian mindset is resiliency, and also that there's great talent there. So other than that, are there other great advantages, and how do you and other ecosystem developers, or even the public sector, can leverage on that to make sure that Ukraine grows to its full potential as an ecosystem?
Well, I mean, the first thing actually is something we didn't talk about Ukraine, is actually our governance, and I think of course we know that there is in Ukraine an issue around corruption, and this is something that is well known, that needs to be fought. However, for the first time, we have in Ukraine a government that is super young, and completely in favor of digital transformation. Actually, the deputy prime minister, the number 2 in the government after the prime minister, is the minister of digital transformation, and he's only 28. And he's changing the country. Nobody knows, but Ukraine is going to be the first country in the world, actually next month, to launch the first fully digital passport. All the process between the government and people in Ukraine is going to be 100% digitalized within the next 3 years. And so we have a government that is massively involved in digitalizing the country. And actually, one of the things we discover is the more you digitalize, the less corruption you have. Because those tickets you have on the street because of a speeding ticket, well, guess what? Now you have it on your phone. There's no money exchange, and there's no way to change this. And so all that middle layer of corruption disappears all of a sudden because you digitalize everything and you include transparency in every processes. And actually, I think to me that's extremely interesting, the way we're dealing with it. Ukraine launched a year ago, the Ukraine Startup Fund. They decided to give grants to more than 120 startups in a year. It has a huge impact, and this is how you ignite change. This is how you change. You move change. The last thing that is to me very important is when a country is relatively new, when legislation is relatively new, you can invent things. You can't in many places. It can be good, it can be bad, but at least you can try. And that the beauty of it is, like, we can try many things right now in Ukraine that we probably cannot try in other countries, which is great when you are innovative. Of course, you need to set limits. Of course, but we invent them as we speak, and that's it with the technology of today. So I think, well, I don't want to invite all my friends around the table, but I think we should visit each other, and I think we should try to work with each other, because there's not only Silicon Valley in the world, or Israel, or Berlin, but there's also all those amazing countries that we are discovering now, who are trying to also have an impact and not only change the world, but also change our own communities. And I think that's what I see in Ukraine, and I see big time.
Okay, thank you, Dominique. So we're about to close the panel, but can we ask just a last remark from Isabela on the advantages of having a small ecosystem such as Cali?
Sure. Dominique, I think, touched upon quite a few things. However, I would just say that going from 0 to 1 is easier than, keep building from 1 and up, as Peter Thiel said. So the main advantage is, creating from scratch. You'll be like, it might be harder in a sense, because there's chaos and nothing is built there for you to, build on. However, there's a whole opportunity to start from scratch. So that's one of the things that has happened. And I actually just wanted to touch upon one thing, or one recommendation maybe for ecosystem developers. And I agree with Dominique, we should definitely, touch base. And, through the internal chat, I was just inviting the 3 of them to connect with us through the Capital Summit, which is our, large capital finance investment event. And, it's gotten quite a few, like a big boom, and it's virtual. So that's like a great way to connect not only you guys as ecosystem developers, but also your startups, so that, they can pitch here and we can see what's happening there in Ethiopia, Cape Verde, and in Ukraine and stuff. So that would be quite interesting. But before I leave and touching upon the base of like the advantage, I would just say that there's this, even though there's, brain drain, however, some of these regions, or at least in Cali, have mentors, right? So we have corporations, VPs, founders of like larger corporations, maybe not the innovative startups that we want, but there's tons of them here. So one of the things that we started building on very early on, 2014 back then, was building mentor networks. When there's an advantage there, that when there's nothing in the ecosystem, those corporates, those managers, those presidents actually yearn to leave a legacy. They yearn it. They already built a big company. They're older. They have more experience. They've gone through the ups and downs of running a business. And one of the things that they want definitely is to leave something for the ecosystem. So touching base with them is very easy because they yearn to leave a legacy. So we started building our local mentor network back in 2014. Today we have over 250 mentors that have gone through all the different processes, and that makes it an easy step because we invested very little money every year, about $10,000 to keep running the mentor network. Those $10,000 usually went to a person who would actually manage the platform, the mentor platform. And these guys would just donate their time. And having this big corporates donate their time in order for the future startups of the region, that just made it a pay it forward, environment and community building for everybody. So just their generosity would pay on. And now 6 years later, we have over 250 mentors. They've been trained by us. They keep doing it. Now there's new mentor networks starting around Cali. And that's the easiest way to get from 0 to 1. And the advantage and the easy part is that because there's nothing, they yearn to give something. So connecting with them makes it's very easy. And just to close up on that idea, we started with 30 mentors. Our first mentor network was a breakfast, 30 mentors, and those 30 mentors brought in 2 people each, and then those brought 2 people each, and now we have this huge mentor network. And also the interesting part is that once they start working with innovative startups, if they were still heads of their corporations, they were inspired to change. So we started grabbing them so that they could join our innovation programming. And those big corporations are now changing, and now they're changing their mindset so that they're actually starting to, touch and through investments and stuff. So I will work a lot, and that's what every time somebody asks, I'm like, mentor network, get the big guys who actually yearn to leave a legacy, and that's the easiest way to go. So now that's it, and you guys are all invited to our Capital Summit. It should happen sometime in August or September this year.
Thank you, Isabela. We'll sure to go if COVID permits or.
I don't know. When I say go, virtually. Come virtually. Join us virtually. We would love to host you here because Cali has, a whole sense of, hosting, salsa dancing, everything. So.
Okay, yes. So thank you, everyone. It was a great discussion on ecosystem development. And it was great to learn from everyone. So thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you,
nice
everyone.
to meet you. Have a
Thank
nice
you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So welcome everyone who is just joining us now. Our next panel, next session is ecosystem pitching from various ecosystems from around the world. So okay, yeah. So the first ecosystem that we are featuring or we'll be hearing from is Switzerland. So I'm promoting. We will be hearing from Nicola from Digital Switzerland. So again, welcome everyone. This is the final session on our second ecosystem summit. It's nice to have everyone still here. So hello, Nicola.
Hi, Catherine. How are you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
Excellent. Yes, we have some minutes to pitch Switzerland. Very nice. Can you please add Matthias Zwingli, please? He will take over half of the presentation. Let me show some slides, please, and we can start. I hope you see everything.
Yes, but it's not full screen yet.
Now it is. Let's start. Switzerland, tiny country, indeed. But yeah, we have some assets in innovation, in digital and in biotech innovation. We're doing quite well. And yeah, we would like to show you, case what we're doing, where are we, and what's going on in our country. So there are many rankings all around the world, and from INSEAD, from VEF, from IMD, and now the US. And very often we are well positioned in the area of global innovation or entrepreneurship. As you can see here, some examples, we are well positioned. Why is Switzerland innovative? You know, we always say in Switzerland we have only 3 things and not more. We have mountains, we have a good and modern infrastructure, public transportation, trains, cars, roads, etc. And we have our brains, and we don't have more than that. We have no commodities. So it's really important, and we will see later on, we have to work with what we have, as said before. We have a quite open and liberal economies. In any case, we are very good in exporting our products and services. We have the biggest, the largest density of multi-companies worldwide compared to the capita, to the number of inhabitants. And we have the largest amount of scientific publications, again, compared to the capita. So we really try. We are always small, we are 9 million inhabitants, but we really try to be extremely innovative, going in the new direction to move ahead. This is what we can do in order to create jobs, a lot of jobs in our country, of course. What is interesting in Switzerland compared to other countries, we are not top-down. We are extremely bottom-up organized. Every region, every city has the feeling he's better at innovating than anyone else. And it's a fantastic ecosystem because we are pushing each other to be better within one ecosystem, which is ours. So you will see an extremely decentralized way of pushing innovation. Every region, city, even in the mountains, they are really pushing new topics, e-tourism, digital for humanity, many different topics, robotics, of course, drones, clean tech, digital for sustainability, and everyone is pushing it around. And to be honest, it's complicated, but it's fascinating because it works and it helps to make us every day much better. I think it's my last slide, and then I will give over to you, Matthias, for the second part of our pitch deck. As said, one of our assets is talents. In order to have talents, you need to educate them. It's quite simple. It means we need to massively invest in our universities. It's the only way for such a country like Switzerland to be prosperous in a decade, 2 or 3 decades. It's to invest in research and in education. Everything else, if you ask me, comes after. But if you invest in our brains, in our people, and by the way, we have one of the highest density in foreign people in Europe for sure, maybe even worldwide, so highly welcome. And investing in the people, as said before, in brains, is the R and O of our economy. And as you can see, we are quite good also in the worldwide ranking, 2 in the top 15, second best country behind the US, and we have 6 polytechnics and universities in the top 150 universities worldwide. Again, we are tiny, so it's a very good result. And here we will continue and continue and continue to invest, and I hope in the next years, even more in our universities and polytechnics. Matthias, please, you can take over.
Perfect. So thank you so much, Nicola. So of course, universities and research centers is one of the reasons why I think there's a lot of really talented people. And as Nicola already mentioned, we do have a lot of international persons coming here and researching here. And I think that is one of the key reasons to become such a melting pot for international and national talents. And you see that not just in rankings, but as well if big tech companies opening up offices. Google has the second largest office or the largest office outside of the US, and more technology companies coming to Switzerland for that. I think it's not just the universities and the great research and development facilities. It's, of course, as well, the dual system in Switzerland. So it's not just you go to universities, but a lot of people choose to work and then, in addition, do working and education at the same time. So I think that is quite unusual if you compare it internationally, but definitely a source for great talent. Next slide. So here it's quite interesting. So the newest numbers they just released today, and we had a fast growth, I would say, in research, in venture capital over the last couple of years. It almost doubled last year, and now with COVID, it proved quite resilient. We had a slight drop in 7%, but what I think is interesting about Switzerland in the ecosystem and about its resilience, what we've realized, there's a lot of, as mentioned before, a lot of deep tech focus, a lot of really tech focused, and this sector didn't really get affected that much by the latest impact from COVID. So life science and biotech, these sectors are really super clusters worldwide, and there was a little impact. The only thing we realized in Switzerland itself is that the bigger rounds in ICT, they were less, but most surprising, I would say, we had almost a 50% increase in Series A rounds. So I think what you see is it's a constant growth in numbers, not just in financing rounds, but as well in the whole VC capital. So I think, as mentioned, we're smaller, definitely, to the rest of the world, but you see a strong incline, especially in everything that is around there. Next slide. And to underline that maybe a bit, I think we call it Switzerland's becoming a more scale-up nation or scale-up country. And an interesting factor is, so they're coming bigger rounds ahead, and we have around 43 startups in soon to become unicorns, in Soonicorns, as called by today. That means there are around 43 startups that raised over 50 million in the last 8 years, and on the step or on the brick to become a unicorn. So I think there's a maturity in the ecosystem, and you see that in bigger rounds, and you see that in upcoming rounds that are increasing. And maybe two things to point out that I think is interesting. One is Climeworks. It did the biggest global round ever of a startup that reduces CO2 from the air. So you see a massive increase, or a big focus of Switzerland is sustainability and clean tech. And you slowly see that drifting or growing as well. So I think that is a quite interesting factor we got out of the whole ecosystem. And in fact, it's the largest or the fastest growing sector on the startup side at the moment. We almost had a 67% increase to last year in investment capital in clean tech. So a great improvement, I would say. And next slide. And last but not least, that's just an insight of what we try to push or achieve. So since 2 years, we are more actively with Swiss tech in an international perspective to showcase and bring Swiss innovation abroad to the leading tech conferences. That was last year, where it still was physical. This year was a bit more virtual. But the idea or the goal for the ecosystem is to bring all these players together and just have one brand abroad, to really showcase, to make it as easy as possible that you don't have to remember 5 names, but 1 name. And this year we'll be at 8 conferences in the world, hopefully in the Dubai World Expo. And it would be delightful to meet you all there and share the experience, maybe in person soon. And I think last slide, that's it from our side. Thank you so much. If you have any questions or insights, please reach out to us. We're happy to help and happy to discuss it further.
Thank you, Nicola and Matthias. Thank you for presenting. Please leave your details, your email, or your website on the chat so everyone can reach out to you after the session. Thank you.
We will do. Perfect.
You have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And everyone, if you have any questions, just feel free to write your questions on the chat, and our presenters will answer them on the chat as well, or live if it's possible. So the next ecosystem that we will be hearing about is Ukraine. So it will be presented by Dominique, who is the CEO of Unit City. So during the last StartupBlink Ecosystem report, Ukraine ranked 29th in the world, and it was the 19th ecosystem in Europe, and it ranked really well in marketing and sales. It was 10th, and 13th in social and leisure. Yeah. So hi, Dominique, you can start.
Hello, everybody. So I'm going to share my screen. There you go. Excellent. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Well, so welcome everybody. I'm sorry.
If you can put it in full screen, the window, so we can see it.
The window. I don't know how to do that, so that's interesting. There you go.
Yes.
Is it working?
Yes. Great. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. So I'm going to talk to you about Ukraine and mostly Kyiv, and mostly one of the newest tech ecosystem of Ukraine, Unit City, which is going to be one of the largest innovation park in Europe in terms of size, in terms of number of people, in terms of impact. So I'm actually the CEO of Unit City. But first, let's talk a little bit about Ukraine and what makes Ukraine actually a unique place in terms of tech ecosystem. You already mentioned the global ranking we got. So Ukraine is the 29th country in terms of tech ecosystem. Kyiv ranks the 32nd city among the 1,000 cities that started blinking looking. And there's a reason for that. And the first reason for that is our talents, our tech talent. More than 200,000 tech people in the IT sectors, and more than actually 20,000 new professionals who graduate annually from our tech school. And actually tech talent is a very strong tradition of Ukraine. Ukraine is a country that loves technology. And for example, not many people know that the helicopter has been invented in Ukraine. Very strong Nobel Prize are coming from Ukraine. And actually amazing tech companies such as Grammarly, Preply, People AI, that are very well known, PetCube, that are very well known worldwide, comes from Ukraine or are based in Ukraine. Now, let's talk about actually ecosystem, because for us at Unit City, building a strong ecosystem of education around those talent is extremely important for us. So we decided from the very beginning to start with school. Unit City first is actually schools, several of them. UCode, our IT academy, with more than 1,000 students, or learning right now as we speak to code, and actually it's almost mostly free for them, and it's a very innovative 1.5-year program where they graduate and they already found a job, most of them. Unit School of Business, which is our business school, because talent is not just about tech talent, it's also about soft skills. How do you manage companies? How do you manage people? How do you manage growth? How do you do business? It's also Sensorama, our innovative virtual augmented reality tech school. It's also our UData school around big data. For us, education is at the very center of everything. This is what Ukraine is known for. This is what Unit City is known for. Then, of course, you need a startup community. Ukraine and Kyiv in particular has a strong startup community, and that's why actually we rank well within the StartupBlink ranking. There's more than 450 startups in Kyiv right now. Of course, it doesn't compare with the 4,000 or 5,000 startup you can find in the US. I mean, in the US, in Silicon Valley alone, but it's a very strong, good start. And that good start is something that we work to develop. We want to have at Unit City several programs. We have 8 acceleration programs within Unit City. We have funds in Unit City, including the government fund, the Ukrainian Startup Fund that is supporting everything our startup do. We believe that creating a community of startup is something that is extremely important. Then we have our events, because you cannot create a good ecosystem without bringing people together. It was extremely interesting, actually, listening to our Swiss friends. Actually, Switzerland is very present, including at Unit City. I will show you the visit of the Swiss president to Unit City in a few slides. We believe in branding. Actually, I'm French and American. As you know, the French label, La French Tech, was the first one to create that strong umbrella that brings people together. Events is something that is important to bring a community together. More than 42,000 people came to Unit City last year. And of course, this year is a very different one for many reasons. But still, we managed to bring more than 60,000 people together online to our events, which is even more than what we could do physically. Once again, a good ecosystem is a strong community. You cannot create a good tech community without a good tech ecosystem without a strong community. And a strong community creates curiosity and brings amazing mentors. This is Steve Wozniak, the founder of Apple, when he visited our coding school when we started Unit City 3 years ago. This is Jack Ma that I had the pleasure to welcome a year ago to Unit City because he wanted to discover what is a strong tech ecosystem in Eastern Europe. This is the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. This is the president of Switzerland when she visited us earlier this year. This is Ursula Burns, the chairman of VION. Those people are important because they bring you knowledge, they bring you connection, they bring you sometimes even money, they invest in your companies. This is also what we're trying to build in Unit City. This is Andy Baines, the global CEO of Global Talent, who is also the founder of Nest that he sold to Google for 1.2 billion. This is Jen Sineri from Zappos. Those people come and share. In terms of infrastructure, Unit City is huge. It's a city, but it's not only for commercial, it's also for residential, because we believe in creating communities that are lively communities where people share the mindset, because you don't duplicate other communities. You don't go to Silicon Valley and say, oh, I'm going to create a Silicon Valley in Ukraine, in Kyiv. It wouldn't make any sense, and this is not what we're trying to do. But what we're trying to do is to create a platform where young Ukrainian tech talent will go, will learn coding, learn how to create a business, find funding for their startup, find acceleration program to support that startup, but also find a place that they can call home. Of course, brain drain in many of our countries, including in Ukraine, is of course an issue that we are trying to tackle. By bringing and by creating an innovation park like Unit City, we want to give a strong signal to those young people and those young talent that there is a place that they can call home, that is their home, where they can create a global company that will become a global company. That's why actually Unit City is a beautiful place. Those are some examples of the building we are currently building. And by 2025, Unit City is going to be, in fact, a real and maybe one of the first complete smart city in the world, because we're creating a city from scratch in the city. everything is smart, from the way we deal with energy, the way we deal with building, the way we'll deal with infrastructure, the way we'll deal with safety, with home, and including with life, which is extremely important for us. So at the end of the day, we will have more than 30,000 people in Unit City, in what is really a city in the city. And we invite all of you to visit us, to visit Kyiv, one of the vibrant tech ecosystem right now in Eastern Europe, and to visit Ukraine to discover what we can offer to the world in terms of innovation, in terms of ideas, in terms of new startup. And we would be happy to, of course, welcome you and share our ideas. You have here my email, and we can't wait to answer your question and to see you very soon.
Great. Thank you, Dominique. Thank you for sharing about Ukraine and Unit City. If you can also just share your email on the chat, and if you have any questions, just forward it to Dominique after. So thank you so much, Dominique. I hope you have a great day. So the next ecosystem that we will be hearing about is the city of Brampton from Canada. And we'll be hearing from Claire Barnev, their Director of Economic Development. Hi, Claire. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thanks very much for that introduction. And I'm not sure if my colleague Estawa has been brought up. He's got the presentation for us, and we'll change our slides, please.
Okay, I see her.
While we wait for the presentation to come up, I think it might be helpful if I just share a little bit about our city, where we are in Canada, so that you have that reference in that context. So Brampton is a city in the Greater Toronto Area. We have a population of almost 700,000 people. And we are Canada's second fastest growing city and Canada's youngest city with an average age of 36. We are physically, geographically located between Toronto and Waterloo, which is Canada's innovation corridor, if you're familiar with that. And that reference point means that we are really at the center of the innovation, whether that be research, or manufacturing automation, and that gives businesses that are in Brampton and our innovation district access to over 20 universities in the province of Ontario. So hopefully that provides you a little bit of context. I would also want to share with you that we are incredibly diverse. There are over 234 cultures represented in the city, with over 115 languages that are spoken. So what that means is that there is an incredible focus on cultural diversity, diversity of approach, diversity of thought as well, which, as we all know, is incredibly important in this type of work. I would like to point out in this meeting as well are my colleagues Estawa and my colleagues Devin, both of whom have really led much of this work in developing our innovation district over the last couple of years. So I wanted to make sure that we share their contact information in the chat for you as well. They are the ones that have really been on the ground working through much of the growth that we have seen. Estawa, if you could put on the next slide, please. Thank you. So as I mentioned, fairly new activity for us. Over the last 2 years, we have really put together a strategy to develop our innovation district. And our vision is to become an international destination for innovation and tech companies to start up, to scale up, and to grow and become major employers in our city, the root of all of this is obviously about creating an innovation ecosystem, but also with a focus on job creation. It is important to the city, to our elected council members, our mayor, that the companies that start in Brampton will stay in Brampton, will become headquartered global businesses from Brampton, but will also help our youthful population stay in the city, find jobs in the city. That is really one of the elements that is important to our council, but also as part of our strategy. COVID obviously had an impact on the growth of our innovation district. And so it is now one of the major cornerstones of our economic recovery strategy. So as Director of Economic Development for the city, led the creation of our economic recovery strategy. And this innovation district is one of the critical pieces. So in the past, many tech companies wanted to relocate to Ontario, which is really Canada's largest province. And the first place people typically look to set up a business was in Toronto or Waterloo. And that's really beginning to change. They are really starting to look at Brampton. And we would like to share with you the work that we did to get to the place that we're at today. Next slide, please, David, or excuse me, Estella, thank you. So we validated the tech scene. This presentation over the next few slides will really show you the partnership that we created with various organizations, the research, and the infrastructure that the city put in place. This was really a city-led endeavor. So the first step was really to validate the tech scene. And we were able to show that there really was an appetite for something like this to be created in Brampton. So in 1 year, we created 40 new tech events with over 5,000 participants coming from all over the Greater Toronto area, including Toronto, Waterloo, City of Hamilton. We hosted hackathons and robotics competitions. We held tech events, inviting thought leaders and tech professionals in the industry to come and present. This was done also with a focus on youth, as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, that we really wanted to promote STEM, the science, tech, engineering, mathematics, opportunities for the youth in the city. Next slide, please. And the second stage to our development was to pilot an innovation space. So we created Brampton's first incubator and co-working space, which was operated by the Entrepreneur Center, and really under the theme of Home of the Hustle. As you can imagine, it's physically a very attractive and funky space to come. And within 1 year, we saw over 400 entrepreneurs subscribe to use that space. It wasn't just the co-working space. They also received business advisory services. There were workshops, there's training, and access to capital. So all the necessary elements for helping businesses within the city of Brampton start. Next slide, please. And then we focused on scaling and partnerships. And we have been, over the last year, negotiating agreements with various partners to really create the infrastructure that was necessary to scale what we had. You might be familiar with Ryerson University. They have created, along with the private sector, the federal Canadian government, and the city, the Rogers Cybersecure Catalyst, which is training cybersecurity talent in the city. They have expanded that to include an accelerator, and they will be launching in the next couple of weeks one of Canada's first cyber ranges in the city as well. We have a new partnership with the Founder Institute. You might be familiar with Sunil Sharma, who has really become a mentor and a champion to us. The RIC Center, the Research and Innovation Center, relocated to be in the Innovation District from one of the neighboring cities. They offer what you can expect, entrepreneurs and residents, really focusing on clean tech and tech companies to help them scale as well. Our latest introduction to the city is the Ryerson Venture Zone. You might be familiar with the Ryerson DMZ, the Digital Media Zone. This is similar to that network and certainly was foundational to help bring much more of the focus as it is with DMZ to the city. So that gave us 4 new incubators within 1 year and over 17,000 square feet of entrepreneurial space in the city. And these were all established through partnerships with the city of Brampton, with Astawa and Devon leading the charge. Next slide, please. So this is who we are today. Early stage businesses, early stage partnerships that I mentioned on the previous slide. Then there is available support and space and introductions and access to entrepreneurs and businesses through the later stage partners. And then equally as important to all of this is really the support system in place, the infrastructure and the partnerships that the city of Brampton brings, our Brampton Board of Trade, as well as Algoma University, who has a campus in downtown Brampton as well. We are about to also launch what has been called Beehive, and that is an international soft landing space for international startups to come and set up in the city. We have signed a new partnership agreement with a provider that is designated through Immigration Canada, and we will be bringing international startups through Canada's Startup Visa program to come and set up in the city. We will be focused on a few countries to begin with. The first one is India. The reason for that is there is an incredible connection with Brampton and India, being that 30% of our population is South Asian, and that we have had many successful missions to that country over the last year, and have really seen a lot of interest from startups from India into the city. Next slide, please. And this is a bird's eye view of who we are today. So we began this work about 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago, and this is who we are. I won't walk through all of the points because I think you got much of that from the last few slides. And we really invite corporate Canada right now to become part of our innovation district. We, I believe one of the speakers in the last panel was speaking about having mentors and entrepreneurs and residents, and that's really where we're focused now as well. We really want to ensure that we have that corporate partnership with Brampton, and we invite all of you to come and see what we have been building, to be a part of what we've been building, and we really welcome international partnerships as well. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present Brampton and our innovation district.
Thank you, Claire, and thank you, Astawa, for sharing what's the ecosystem in Brampton. So our next ecosystem is Peru. And it will be presented by Walter, who is from Peru. Okay, hi Walter. So Peru during our last ecosystem rankings was 56th in the world, and it was 5th in South America, I'm sorry, and 55th in fintech. Hi Walter.
Hello, Catherine. I'm going to share my screen with you. Let me know if you can see my presentation. It's okay. Here we are. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Walter.
Thank you. On the contrary, for this great opportunity. Well, this is my email, by the way. I'm the director of the Investment Promotion Division from Peru, and we are going to talk about this important sector we are promoting, high tech, and it's a thriving thing. As you will see, we have many important issues to share with you. So we have a great opportunity if you decide to invest in Peru. For all the startups I'm coming here, I'm going to share with you a few things. First of all, our goal is the new investment promotion created by Prom Peru, the organization in charge of promoting trade, tourism, and now business investment. Why we have certain advantages here for different sectors, high tech, as well as other 5 important sectors we have prioritized. Then specifically about the sectors and services we offer. Some success stories of high tech companies already investing in Peru, startup companies too, but also companies offering different services and products in our market. The high tech investment projects, a summary of our projects database, investment projects portfolio we have. We could leverage these projects in less than 3 months. So we're very enthusiastic. We started to operate this new investment promotion division in last August in the mid. And then the upcoming events, and we would like to invite you, all of you interested in participating with us, when you're going to have the chance to interact with Peruvian companies and startup companies that could be interesting partners for you. Well, in a summary, sorry, I'm going to modify this. Okay. This division is in charge of attracting foreign companies to invest in Peru through different mechanisms, greenfield projects to complete installation here in Peru, partnership with Peruvian enterprises and companies here, or maybe purchasing Peruvian companies if they have the chance to. We complement the effort of another important institution in Peru, Proinversión. Proinversión is in charge of promoting investment in public services and public infrastructure, different mechanisms, the most popular one, public and private associations. Meanwhile, in Peru, we try to promote direct business investment in productive sectors, different sectors, preferably with an impact to increase tourism and trade, supplied but not only exclusively on these sectors. As I said before, we have included other sectors, and high tech is one of them. We work with potential and current investors in prioritized sectors, a lot of work with other public and private associations and institutions, and obviously with other intermediaries such as brokers, developers, consultants, and other similars. Why to invest in Peru? Why to come here and to invest particularly in high tech? Well, things got a good recovery in economy. Macroeconomic variables are really very promising. So we are sure we are going to recover after this pandemic effect. So it's the right moment to consider Peru to come here and to invest. So we're going to need a lot of services from different companies, high-tech companies. Peruvian entrepreneurs, Peruvian companies understand that they need to do a digital transformation. So many services are going to be required. We have talented people, definitely. We have invested a lot in educational services. We are a very liberal economy. We have liberalized our interaction with other countries. We have more than 23 free trade agreements and working in other agreements too. So we are an open to international market and innovation. We have increased a lot our investment, particularly in internet connectivity. So as you can see, if you interact with us, through all the projects we have on hand, you're going to see that we have a lot of startup companies, not only Peruvian startup companies, but startup companies from other countries trying to enter and to offer their services and the apps they have on hand. We have a very stable currency here, so it's a good opportunity to come here. You're going to be a stable economy here. These entrepreneurial attitudes for business, specifically in high tech, as you will see. And last but not least, if you decide to come here, we have several excellent areas in which you can operate. You can you can live in Peru, enjoy our high standard educational services, healthcare centers, different entertainment places, and our very famous and reputed Peruvian gastronomy, which is really something you must try if you come here to Peru. Here just to I wanted to share this screen, this chart with you, but the projections specifically for the GDP. Look at this, we are an emerging country in Latin America, and for next year, even though similar to other countries experience and due to the pandemic effect in the economy, look at our recovery. It's going to be really interesting. Okay, this is very conservative, 7%, but according to different companies, okay, probably we are going to increase more than a 2-digit number. So it's the right moment to invest here in Peru. In terms of country risk, we have the lowest one in Latin America. And as I said before, our exchange rate, our currency versus dollar is very, very stable. So we have prioritized different sectors according to potential demand. And obviously, high tech particularly, okay, has experienced a really growing demand from potential investors. So according to all the information, all the research we have conducted abroad, many companies around the world are interested in coming here to invest in Peru in digital services, as well as innovative applications, basically for B2B and B2C. In both areas, we have a lot of potential. And I'm going to share specifically why. Why specifically many international companies and startup companies are considering Peru as a good option? Because in terms of in comparison to other Latin American countries, our Peruvian internet users are very active. So they are, they pay a lot of attention to online advertising, but also they are looking for new products and services through this platform in a growing way, very, very growing way. And then here, compared to other countries too, they do this, they interact with this, with the internet, they go online with a very interesting frequency compared to other countries. And when you see specifically the e-commerce activity, what you're going to see is that in terms of the rate, the growth rate, Peru has experienced the highest one compared to other Latin American countries. So that's why many companies here are considering this alternative. And as you can see, the projections are really more interesting. So from the e-commerce activity is going to grow from $4 billion in 2019 to approximately, this is the projection for 2022, $14 billion. So keep in mind this when you consider where to start operating internationally. And two success stories here. This is an Indian company investing in Peru, Tata Consulting Services. It's a really big company, and they have invested in Peru. They are doing well. They are basically here in consulting services. But we have talked to them specifically. They are very satisfied. They are going to continue investing in Peru, and at the same time, they are going to expand to other regions in Peru. Once again, due to the conditions that we have, stable conditions, good economic perspective, and a growing market for both, for business activity, services offered to other companies, Peruvian companies. They have really top clients here. The most important Peruvian companies use the services of this firm. And as I said before, the opportunity to offer new applications, new services, particularly for startup companies. Here, this is an example of a Peruvian company which is innovating with services for different companies in Peru. And finally, just to let you know that we have an interesting portfolio of startup companies here, eager to interact with you. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and we invite you to be part of our upcoming events. Thanks a lot for this opportunity.
Thank you, Walter, and thank you for sharing to us the ecosystem of Peru. That's it.
Thank you.
So the next ecosystem will be Basel area, and it will be presented by Daniel, who is the Director of Entrepreneurship for our Basel area Business and Innovation. In our last ecosystem rankings, Basel ranked 72nd in the world. It was second in Switzerland, and it was the 20th city in Europe. Hi, Daniel.
Hi, Catherine. Hi, everybody. Can you hear and see me?
Yes, we can hear and see you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for all the great presentations so far. And Walter, I cannot wait for my next Lomo Salteado and visit to Peru. So this is excellent. Let me share my screen here. Please let me know when you can see it.
Yes, we see it.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So, great opportunity to share some insights into the Basel area after such a marathon. I try to invite you on a bit of a virtual visit, more so than tons of facts and figures, which are of course also important. But yeah, as you already said, I'm Daniel Ginter. I'm very passionate about turning innovation into growth and impact. and I will be your virtual tour guide basically for this short visit. At Basel area, I'm Director Entrepreneurship, and we're defining and implementing the ecosystem strategy. Now, let me see this here. The Basel area means big business in a nutshell. It's in the heart of Europe with 500 million consumers, working population of more than 3 million, and very strong established industries. Alone in life sciences, for example, we have more than 700 companies. The Basel area is your ecosystem for innovative entrepreneurship in Switzerland. It's in the 3-country corner, neighboring with France and Germany, as you can see. So Basel area is here in the top left. And that means Switzerland is sitting right here in the middle of this very powerful economic region and allows market access accordingly. Within 1 hour or 2 hour of flight, you can reach pretty much anything and everyone you need to. From Basel, you can walk across the border to France and Germany and back. In a short drive or flight, you reach every place you want to get to, or people can come visit you. As Nicola initially said, we have, of course, the famous mountains and the chocolate. So this is a great combination, but of course, much more going on. What makes a great ecosystem? I think that's important for all of us to think and consider. It's startups, funding, it's opportunity, it's big clients, it's market access, it's low taxes, world-class research, amazing talent, and so on. Yes, we have that, but what else? What else makes a great ecosystem? It's the right people. It is collaboration. It's a great quality of living, after all. You want impactful work, you want strong support, but especially you want great people to work with and to celebrate your success. To get that going, we take an ecosystem approach. We take the ecosystem approach for developing the power of the region, enabling people to collaborate and thrive. We bring the 5 key stakeholders together and inspire to collaborate and create impact together. We really want to see the entrepreneurs, the investors, corporates, governments, and academia to work hand in hand with their unique strengths and also unique needs to build a strong future together. The more diverse and specialized and collaborative we are, the better. Let's have a look at some of our key activities. As the go-to service agency, Basel Area Business and Innovation, we're the go-to service agency for startups, for corporates, and other institutions. We promote innovation, entrepreneurship, and investment. We operate 3 accelerators. We support programs and the network of Switzerland innovation parks. We act as a powerful network to connect and train the right people through the right resources and formats. So in the last years alone, we had more than 120 settlements, as an example, 260 companies newly established, a large community, 3 accelerated programs that I mentioned, and thousands of consultations, mentoring sessions, events, workshops, and so, etc. We work with all the strong players in the ecosystem, so the startups, but also the corporates like Roche, Novartis, ABB, and other big players like the Technology Park, the Impact Hub, the University of Basel, Universities of Applied Science, ETH, and so on. To drive startup success, we operate 3 highly successful accelerators. As a consequence, hundreds of companies have been founded and settled, and thousands of supporting sessions have been performed, which is very good to bring the ecosystem players together to build the trust and the energy. These are our 3 accelerator programs with their industry focus. So Base Launch is Europe's #1 accelerator for therapeutic innovation, where we work with key industry and investment partners. We source ventures from across Europe, we get them set up and funded, and then help them with the partners to internationalize and scale. This is why it's such a strong industry for Switzerland. Basel, besides Boston, is the leading life science ecosystem from that point of view. Then we have Day One as our healthcare innovation accelerator, which is of course related to the other topic, to the life science industry. And then the I4 challenge, through that format, we support the industry in their digital transformation and collaborating successfully with startups, research partners, and the ecosystem. To just pick one of those industries as an example, I mentioned it here. You can see some of the companies and top universities in biological sciences in the region. You have the global players like Roche, Novartis, Actelion, DSM, Lonza, or Bayer, and leading universities, Basel, ETH, and other top research facilities who produce the next generation of game-changing and life-saving technologies and startups and talent, of course. To achieve all this, we are a passionate team of experts, a colorful and diverse team to support you in your mission. We're more than 35 strong with international presences as well. For example, in France, Germany, in Korea, USA, China, India, etc. And we are all here to help your success, answer your questions, and connect you with the right people. So if you're looking into market access to Switzerland or Europe, and if you consider founding in Switzerland or moving your headquarters or a subsidiary here, or if you just want to find out more about how we can support you, then please get in touch. You can send us an email to innovate@baselarea.swiss. You can also find a lot of information on our website, baselarea.swiss, or of course on the social media, LinkedIn, we're on YouTube, Twitter, etc. You can follow us there to stay on top of what's happening in your Basel area, and I look forward to having the conversation with you soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for the presentation and introducing us to the Basel area. Thank you.
Pleasure, thank you.
Have a great day. So our next presenter will be Meliane Vezina from Bonjour Startup Montreal. Montreal in our last ecosystem rankings was ranked 49th in the world. It was the 3rd city in Canada, and it was the 19th city in North America. It's great in verticals such as food tech and hardware and IoT. Hi, Meliane.
Hi, Catherine. Can you hear me? Can you say something just so I'm sure?
Sorry. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to share my screen. There you go. Is this okay? Do you see my full screen?
Yes, we see your full screen.
All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for staying until the end with me. And today we're going to present, well, I'm going to present you the Montreal Startup Ecosystem. My name is Meliane Vezina, and I'm from Bonjour Startup Montreal. I'm a project manager, ecosystem intelligence. Bonjour Startup Montreal is a non-for-profit organization that was founded in 2018. We are funded by the Quebec government, the City of Montreal, and private partners. Our current mission is to facilitate the creation, the growth, and the visibility of Montreal startups. And we would really like to make Montreal one of the most dynamic ecosystems in the world. Also, welcome to Montreal. So here are 6 main reasons why Montreal is an amazing startup ecosystem. And choosing 6 was extremely challenging. So Montreal is a strategic entry gate for the European market because of our location on the eastern part of Canada, and also because of our historical cultural ties with France, the special relationship and many agreements that we have with the French countries. You can also find a 90 minutes or less flight to go to New York, Boston, or Toronto. We have 6 universities and 12 junior colleges within an 8-kilometer radius. Montreal in Quebec, Canada, has the highest proportion of post-secondary students of all major cities in North America. And this is about roughly 180,000 university students. 11,000 are in AI-related fields and close to 180,000 IT professionals. The vast majority of the population is bilingual. We speak English and French. We are a very open community. We're open for business and to diversity. Creativity is definitely part of our DNA. And we score very high on quality of life. Montrealers have a great purchasing power. It is still affordable to get a house in Montreal, and the food scene is crazy. We have 4 distinct seasons to enjoy nature. And we have more than 750 miles of bike path in the city. We are very happy to be supported by 3 levels of governments and so we are supported by 3 levels of governments, and they are sending strong and consistent signals that startup matters. The City of Montreal has 11 startup funds in the form of loans, grants, and offer financial supports for incubators, accelerators, and other support organizations. The majority of actually the mayor of Montreal, Valérie Plante, is a strong supporter of the Montreal startup ecosystem. She's even on the advisory board of Bonjour Startup Montreal. Just give me a quick second. It's not going to be too long. Sorry about that. I have my 3-year-old daughter, and she's just wondering what's going on. Do you still see my slide?
Yes, we see your full slide now.
Okay, let me go back to it. It's not gonna be too long. Yes, so the Quebec government is very involved in the funding of many initiatives for startups, including accelerators, incubators, and international partnership. We have open innovation projects that are really strongly supported, and just
Tous les stackers, John.
Va voir dans la cuisine, s'il te plaît.
Non, je l'ai pas de la cuisine.
J'ai besoin de 5
Mais papa,
minutes.
il a mis de l'encre, mais je l'ai pas.
Je comprends, je comprends. Va voir dans la cuisine, s'il te plaît.
Je l'ai pas de la cuisine.
Alors là, je peux pas t'aider. Donne-moi 5 minutes. Merci. I'm so sorry about that. That's the COVID-19 reality. Okay. And so as a share of gross domestic product, Quebec's R&D expenditures are the largest of all Canadian provinces. The Canadian government is investing in startups. BDC, the Business Development Bank, offers loans and has its own venture capital arm. There are also R&D tax credits in a variety of programs to encourage innovation among women and Aboriginal entrepreneurs. Okay, so in Montreal, we have amazing key sectors. One of the best known is artificial intelligence. Montreal is home to the AI-powered supply chain hub Scale AI, the world's largest academic research center in deep learning, MILA, and the Institute for Data Valorization, IVADO. Greater Montreal has 7 AI accelerator programs, 9 research centers, and 17 corporate labs. 7 of them were created in 2019 only. AI actually contributes to the strength of the Montreal robotic and advanced manufacturing sector, medtech, and mobility, which are also strong sectors for Montreal. We have a very strong life science and health tech hub, and And finally, we have mobility, clean tech, fintech, and creativity that are all booming. Montreal International website will provide you with all the information that you need about those key sectors. And it's really a best place to start if you're looking for information on those specific industry. So I invite you to jump into the Montreal startup ecosystem. You'll never be alone in Montreal because we have approximately 1,200 startups, and you can find everything you can dream in terms of funding, talent, co-working space, and hubs. We have accelerated and support organization all around the city, and we're very a vibrant startup community. There are also there's actually so many resources and things happening in Montreal that Bonjour Startup Montreal was created to help entrepreneurs navigate through all this ecosystem. We have more than 30 accelerators and incubators. Some are linked to VCs, others are affiliated to universities, and many have specialized in verticals over the past years. They are extremely useful because they really get experts and mentors that are specific to those key sectors, and some are known to be world-class. Santec, for example, and McGill X1 Accelerator are some of the best universities affiliated accelerator according to UBI Top 20. And District 3 is an example to follow according to the prestigious British organization Nesta. The OECD recognized Entreprisme Incubator as a unique model of promoting inclusion and diversity. No need to start your garage, no need to start your startup in a garage anymore. In Montreal, we have amazing tech hubs and co-working space. The 4 represented on that pictures are all conversions of old buildings to give them a second or even a third vacation. There's no need to launch a startup from, so really you just really can get whatever you need and meet people in beautiful places. Of course, money is important for startups. From early stage funding to scale-ups, we now have a pretty strong investment chain. 4 of the most active VCs in Canada are based in Montreal, called Real Venture, Panache Venture, Innové Capital, and Investment Quebec. We even have an investment fund managed by university students only to build the next generation of startups and investor called Front Row Ventures. And we have the largest angel investors network in Canada called Ange Quebec. And quickly, Montreal is the place where startup scales, and we are here are some of the latest round. You can take a look at it later when the slides will be shared. Montreal is open to diversity, and so our ecosystem with specific initiatives to promote diversity. I'm almost done, Catherine. And to support female entrepreneurs, we have amazing programs to make them pass from ideation to an actual business idea. Montreal is known for its active entertainment and festival scene. We have so many things going on that we even have our own festival called Startup Fest, which attracts 7,000 participants every year. And we really hope to be able to feel the startup vibe this year. And finally, Montreal is globally recognized for different reasons, good reasons, and one of them is for being welcoming. So my fellow Montrealers and I would be more than happy if you could reach out to us for any questions and introductions or even to practice your French. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Melian. Thank you for presenting so late, even though your child is waiting for you. Thank you so much. And thank you for sharing about Montreal. If you can share your email address on the chat, that would be great so everyone can reach out to you afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Catherine, for this opportunity. And please contact us if you have any questions.
Okay. So thank you for everyone for staying and participating in our second edition of the summit. So before we close the event, we would like to put out the poll for this ecosystem pitching. So we will put out a poll asking you which ecosystem you're most intrigued by and which one are you most interested in among those that presented. That will be out shortly. So aside from that, feel free to reach out to anyone who has presented, and you can get their emails on the chat as well. So the event will be on Facebook, on YouTube, and we will be sending out the link to the YouTube video at the end of the event. And thank you again for joining the second edition of the Ecosystem Summit. If you're a public sector, if you are from the public sector, feel free to reach out and look at our ecosystem partnership. And we also created a new innovation map that Ellie mentioned at the beginning, which is the coronavirus innovation map, and you can look at it and the links provided below. So we will keep the chat for a few more minutes so you can get the information of the ecosystem developers that you're interested in. Thank you again, everyone, and I hope you have a great day, great evening, or a great morning wherever you are. Thank you.